Okay, we're on the record on State versus Loyd. Mr. Loyd's present with his attorneys. Mr. Loyd remains in custody. He's wearing a long sleeve checked shirt, civilian button down, civilian pants. He does have on shackles and jail shoes, but his feet are underneath the table. They cannot be seen by the jury from any point in the courtroom. Anything we need to address before I bring the jury in?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Okay.
Very good.
Thank you. I'll get to this. I'll deal with all that later. All right, let's bring the jury in. State recognized presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? All right. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you guys had a good evening. I got your note. I'll get you an answer around lunchtime on that. State's still in the presentation of their case. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Stacy Monroe.
Face the clerk and raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do. All right, thank you, ma'am. Have a seat. You can remove your mask while you're testifying. Main choir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Stacy Monroe.
Where do you work?
The Orlando Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I am a crime scene investigator supervisor.
How long have you been in crime scene investigation?
Approximately 10 years.
And how long have you been the supervisor of that unit?
Approximately 6 months.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury your training and experience that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I have a 4-year degree from the University of Central Florida in criminal justice. I completed our in-house training program, which is approximately 3 to 4 months. And then during my time with the crime scene unit, I have an additional 1,000 hours of training.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to January 9th of 2017, about 11 o'clock in the morning. Did you respond to the Royal Oaks apartment complex located at 4745 North Pine Hills Road in Orlando regarding a carjacking that had occurred on a victim named Antoine Thomas?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is that in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived on scene, did you speak with other law enforcement officers there and get briefed about what happened?
Yes, sir, I did.
What was your primary role in this part of the investigation?
It was to document a path of travel of a vehicle.
I'm showing you photograph number 1 of State's 10 already in evidence. Is that the apartment complex generally where the carjacking occurred?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, and when you arrived, did you walk around that apartment complex to look for any evidence of where the vehicle went?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
In this particular picture?
No, in generally, when you walked around the area where the carjacking occurred, what did you notice?
So it was a normal apartment complex, and then once I was directed along the path of travel by the detectives on scene, we noticed some tire marks and some damage around the apartment complex to a fence.
Did you document that damage and to the grass and the fence?
I did.
Okay. Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit M for identification. Can you take a look at those photos and tell me if you recognize them?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that I took at the scene.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the scene and the damage that you just described?
Yes, sir, they do.
This time, State move M is in Mary into evidence is next in line, Your Honor.
All right, these will be received without objection as State's Composite Exhibit number 13, consisting of how many photos?
8 photographs.
8 photographs, individually numbered on the back.
May I publish?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of this exhibit. What are we looking at here?
This is just further along down the path of travel that was shown to me.
Okay. And as we see a fence in the center of this photograph towards the back, what's behind that fence?
Behind the fence is another apartment complex called Sonoma Village.
Start the number. And what, do you know the name of that complex?
Sonoma Village.
If you said that, I apologize. Photograph number 2 of States 13. What does this show?
So this is the fence that I spoke about earlier, and you can see some disturbance in the grass and the leaves, and then also a little bit of damage to the fence line.
Okay. If you turn left from the vantage point of the photographer in this picture, what do you see?
More fence line and some parking spaces with a little bit more disturbance.
Okay. Showing you photograph 3 of States 13. Is that what you just described?
Yes, sir, it is.
In the center of this photograph, what do we see about that fence?
The fence itself has been knocked down.
Okay. And what did you notice about the concrete parking stop in the middle of the photograph?
The concrete parking stop has what appears to be some tire marks on it, and it's also pushed out of line from the other parking stops.
Showing you photograph 4.
Leading up to the fence,
Okay. Do you see any more tire marks in this photo?
there is some disturbance in the grass and the dirt, yes, sir.
Okay. And photograph 5 of States 13. What do we see here?
That is the fence, the damage to the fence.
Okay. And is this leading into the adjacent apartment complex, Sonoma Village?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 6 of States 13. What do we see here?
So now you're on the other side in Sonoma Village and more damage to the fence.
Okay. So the Royal Oaks apartment complex is to the left.
If you're looking at the photo, Royal Oaks is to the right, Sonoma is to the left.
Got it. And photograph 7 of States 13. What do we see here?
Continuing down the path of travel where you can see disturbance in the dirt.
And we're still now on the Sonoma Village side of the fence.
Yes, sir.
And photograph 8 of States 13. What do we see here?
This is an additional fence that was damaged, also on the Sonoma Village side.
Okay. Did the damage to the fences look fresh?
It did.
And what makes you say that?
So there was no growth, vegetation growing over the fences. It was laying on top of the dirt and the leaves.
Okay. Are you also aware that surveillance footage was recovered from an apartment on the Sonoma Village side documenting a vehicle's travel through the damage you just described?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
And at the top right-hand corner, do we see the car? The video that we just saw is the damage that you saw to the first fence, the tire tracks, the parking stop bar, the second fence, and the third fence consistent with the path of travel we saw the vehicle take in the video.
Yes, sir, it is.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing list been marked as State's Exhibit I for identification. Do you recognize the area that this exhibit shows?
I do.
What is it?
This is an overall view of the apartment complex.
Okay, and does the exhibit have various red push pins designated on it?
It does.
Are those red push pins consistent with the area where the fence was broken down and damaged?
They are.
And what, for the record, what letters correspond with those red push pins?
C, D, and F.
Okay. Does this image fairly accurately depict the location of those fences and the location of the carjacking and the apartment complex that it occurred in?
Yes, it does.
This time, State would move I into evidence is next in line, I believe 14.
Any objections? These will be received without objection as State's Exhibit number 14.
Okay. May I publish?
You may.
Show. Sorry. Okay, showing you State's Exhibit 14. You said this is the Royal Oaks apartment complex as well as the Sonoma Village side?
Correct.
And we have various push pins that are on this exhibit. As far as the fencing that you described, can you point to the jury where those fences were and what push pins you were talking about that designate the fence?
Sure. The fence is going to be marked by C, D, and F.
Okay. And is the push pin with the letter E, the green one, consistent with the location where the surveillance footage we just looked at was taken?
Yes, it is.
There's also a red line. What does that indicate?
The path of travel of the vehicle.
Is that consistent with the video that we just saw?
Yes, sir, it is.
Thank you. Do you need this? Thank you, ma'am. No other questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Lennon? I can't hear you when you're sitting down. What?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense? Can she be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You're free to go. Call your next witness.
State recall Detective Pete Cadiz.
No, he's still under oath. Detective, you remain under oath.
Yes, ma'am.
You can take your mask off, please. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective Cadiz, when you testified yesterday, you told us about the initial investigation that you conducted back on January 9th of 2017. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just to sort of briefly recap, you described
Overruled, go ahead.
During the course of your testimony, you described, at the end of your testimony, you described going to, or units, or officers going to the Royal Oaks apartment complex in reference to a shooting involving a Orange County Sheriff's Deputy or Captain Joseph Carter. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And there was also the investigation of a carjacking.
Yes, sir.
Did the search for Mr. Loyd continue past when he was last seen at the carjacking?
Yes.
Did you receive word just before 8 a.m. that morning that some patrol deputies had located what they believed to be was Antoine Thomas's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell us, if you know the address or at least the apartment complex, where the vehicle was found?
It was Brookside Apartments, which is the 5,000 block of Cinder Lane Parkway.
Yeah. Do you know approximately how far that apartment complex is from Royal Oaks?
If you drive lawfully, it's a couple of miles. If you drive through backyards, it's fairly close.
Now, at that point, did you have information that Mr. Thomas's vehicle might have driven through backyards?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor, with what's been marked as State's Exhibit O? It's been shown to counsel.
You may. Yes, sir.
Detective Cadiz, I'm going to hand these up to you. It's Composite O, 2 maps. Take a look at the maps, please, and tell me if you recognize the images or locations depicted on them.
I do.
And what locations are depicted on them?
This is the Royal Oaks Apartments where Captain Carter was shot at, where Loyd's vehicle was initially found. The apartment complex runs east to west. On the south side of the apartment complex is the wooden fence that was driven through, and then the residential neighborhood, and directly east, northeast is Brookside, where the Passat was recovered.
And the second map, I believe, is just a sort of a road map as opposed to a satellite image?
Correct.
Otherwise the same?
Yes, sir.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the locations that you know within the city of Orlando?
They do.
Your Honor, may I ask the court to admit State's Exhibit O as, I want to say, State's 15.
Any objections?
Can I see the second one?
So this is going to be a composite exhibit?
It is a composite of 2 maps, yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
All right, this will be received without objection as State's Exhibit number 15, composite exhibit consisting of 2 maps.
Your Honor, may I have the detective step down to use the maps?
Yes, and if we could hand him a microphone, please. Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with the satellite map. If you could basically, I hate to ask you to do it, describe, hold on, I'm going to give you the laser pointer, because if you stand next to it, you're going to stand in front of the jurors. Little green button, all right? If you could describe the locations that you just did, so now using the map so that they can see.
So this road right here is Pine Hills Road, and this is where Captain Carter, just to the south of the map is North Lane. Captain Carter was coming southbound down Pine Hills Road. He sees Mr. Loyd's vehicle going northbound. He looped around. As he looped around, his red and blue lights, emergency lights are activated at that time. When he comes around, he spots the vehicle going into it's not Highland Oaks, what's it?
I believe it's Royal.
Royal Oaks. Pulls into Royal Oaks Apartments. The vehicle comes to a quick stop on one of the initial parking spaces, and that's where the shooting initially occurs. The apartment complex is surrounded by wooden slat fencing, and there's a grassy area on the south side of the apartment complex. Captain Carter reported that Mr. Loyd ran on the south side of the complex, and the carjacking occurred in the very east end, southeast corner of the complex. The VW Passat, once it was taken, drove through one of the wooden slat fences, through a couple of these backyards into the residential neighborhood, and was recovered in the apartment complex, Brookside Apartments, up here off of Cinder Lane.
And we've been publishing map number 1 of Composite 15 don't know if that helps you at all, just to show some of the routes that could have been taken from one location to the other.
Yes. So again, this is all residential back roads, so any number of these roads could have been taken. There was no video or witness statements on which roads he took to get there. Surrounding units that were looking all over, and Brookside Apartments had come out over the radio that he had some prior encounters at Brookside, so officers did travel to that location and attempt to find him, and that's when they spotted the VW. And the VW had a good bit of front end damage as it drove through the fence, so it was pretty apparent pretty quickly.
Okay, you can have a seat again, Detective. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
So you already described that law enforcement officers went to that apartment complex in search of Mr. Loyd, and that's when they found the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Once the vehicle was found, was there a larger search of the apartment complex to see if Mr. Loyd was still present?
Yes, and multiple units responded to Brookside, and including K-9 units and Orange County Bloodhounds also responded.
Was one of the units a Paul Foster, a K-9 named Paul Foster?
Yes, Orlando Police K-9 Officer Paul Foster.
Are you aware of whether they were able to identify or locate anything of evidentiary value at the apartment complex?
Yeah, so the Bloodhounds tracked from the vehicle to a particular building in the apartment complex. Perimeter units were set up around that building, and Paul Foster was one of the perimeter units. He located a pile of, not a pile, but some rolled up clothing, and that was a camouflage pair of pants and the black security shirt that was identified in the video.
Now, other than locating that clothing, was anything else related to Markeith Loyd found that morning at the apartment complex?
There was not.
Is it a fair statement that following those revelations at that location, the trail went cold?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, no one reported seeing Mr. Loyd, a verified report of seeing Mr. Loyd for the next 8 days.
That is correct.
And that's despite the fact that there was a lot of law enforcement officers looking for him.
Multiple agencies, multiple officers.
Can you tell us the next date that law enforcement was able to locate Markeith Loyd?
That would have been January 17th at around 6 p.m.
And how were you notified that a possible location for Mr. Loyd had been found on the evening of January 17th?
So Corporal Mareshi and myself were at the Emergency Operations Center, the EOC. There was multiple officers there. It was kind of a not a very conducive to work environment. So we agreed to move over to the electronic surveillance team building, which was part of FDLE. While we were there, there was communications coming from the various wiretaps that were going on. And one of the Orlando Police homicide detectives, Mike Fields, was at the wiretap room, and he called us and said, hey, we're hearing a voice, and one of the people here who has had dealings with Mr. Loyd believes it's Mr. Loyd on the phone, and we homed in on that particular phone.
Was there eventually a specific residence referenced, an address?
So as soon as we heard that voice on the wiretap, there was directional finders that were put out, and it moved to the address of 1157 Lescott Lane, which is over in Carver Shores.
Was law enforcement eventually ever able to locate Mr. Loyd that evening?
Apprehension officers moved to that address. They surrounded that house, saw movement inside.
So that's a yes. He was.
That is a
found.
yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Were you present when he was arrested?
I was not.
Do you know if Deputy Chuck Ashworth was?
I don't know Deputy Ashworth.
That's all the questions I have, Judge. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please, thank you.
Yep.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
You would agree with me that anytime there's a scene that's being investigated and there's active evidence that someone from crime scene will be assigned or sent to process that scene.
The priority would be securing the scene, but once the scene is secured, the detective would go out and the crime scene investigator would typically go out with that investigator.
Okay. And you're aware who the crime scene officer was that processed Captain Carter's scene, correct?
Captain Carter's scene?
Yes.
I believe I sent Karen Livengood out there
Okay.
to assist.
And she would have taken pictures and collected evidence?
Yes, sir.
Right? Okay. Now, you indicated that there were wiretaps that were recorded. Is that right?
I did.
And did you listen to any of the wiretaps?
I did not.
You indicated a gentleman by the name of Detective Fields.
Mike Fields, yes, sir.
He's from your department,
He's OPD homicide, yes, sir.
and he was involved in the process of the wiretap that was being conducted.
The process, Detective Mareshi was writing all the Title III wiretap applications.
Okay.
Detective Fields was acting basically as our liaison at the building where the wiretaps were being received.
Okay. And so when you say Mareshi was doing the Title III, what you're talking about is in order for them to record phone conversations, there has to be an authorization by a judge.
It's a warrant for a wiretap, yes, sir.
Okay. And that is a standard protocol in the law that has to be followed, correct?
Correct.
And so Mareshi was doing that on a semi-regular basis because there are requirements in regards to wiretaps that at a certain time you have to get permission again from the judge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Mareshi is now retired. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said there was some process, and I don't want to get into the secrecy of the process, but there's some process that allows your department to track the phone of Mr. Loyd to a location. Is that correct?
There's, the wiretap basically is a live feed where you're listening to the communications. There's pen registries where once you establish a phone number, you can request a pen registry for that phone. That'll give you actually geographic locations for where that phone is being utilized. There's cellular historical warrants, which would give you the prior numbers called. So all of those were being obtained during the apprehension phase.
Right, and there's another item that's used by police called Stingray.
I believe county was using, I don't know if we use that, I don't believe OPD uses that.
That's used to track a location from the phone.
Do you have
Correct.
your mic on, Mr. Linneman? Because I'm really having trouble hearing you.
Probably not, Judge. Sorry. And you said you did not actually go down to the location, is that correct?
Not at the time. After the interview, I went down to because I had written the search warrant for the house. So we met with Judge Loudon, had the search warrant signed, and then went to the house to execute the search warrant.
And like you mentioned with the Carter scene, there was a CSI person involved in collecting evidence.
And I couldn't hear the first part of the question.
I said, like you indicated with the Carter scene, at the Les Scott Lane scene, there was a CSI collecting evidence, photographing, so forth and so on, correct?
Correct, CSI Ed Vandenberg.
Now, at the time, you had talked about how extensive the investigation was in terms of trying to find Mr. Loyd, correct?
The apprehension, yes, sir.
You are not aware personally, because you weren't involved, with what occurred prior to Lieutenant Clayton's death in terms of trying to find Mr. Loyd on the Dixon case.
That's correct. Orange County has their own apprehension unit, and we weren't involved in that aspect of it.
So the first time you really became involved, at least as the lead detective and seeing what was going on, was after Lieutenant Clayton's death.
That is correct.
And there was a joint task force which included something called MBI. Is that right?
MBI is typically, that's the Metropolitan Bureau of Investigations, and that is a Central Florida task force, and they typically will do all the wiretaps.
And there was also federal agencies involved, correct?
That's correct.
And as part of your understanding of the investigation, you are aware that there was a federal warrant issued for Mr. Loyd's Facebook material, correct?
I had heard about it, but that wasn't part of my investigation, so I heard that third hand.
Okay. And since you had heard about it, had you reviewed any of it?
I did not.
So you've never reviewed the material, the Facebook material that was collected by the federal agency?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, during this time, well, prior to, I guess you wouldn't know this, so from the time that Lieutenant Clayton was killed up to the point where Mr. Loyd was arrested, there was a huge amount of press on the search for Mr. Loyd. Is that correct?
A huge amount of media attention?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And obviously you're aware of that as the lead detective. You're seeing and hearing it whenever you're in front of a TV or reading a newspaper or something, correct?
Yes. During the time, I wasn't really watching the news or reading the paper, but I was aware that there was a significant media attention.
And you're also aware that during that time, your chief of police, Mena, had made multiple...
Objection, relevance.
Sustain.
Now, you're aware that there was a reward posted, correct?
For Mr. Loyd's arrest, yes.
Okay, that was, I think, $100,000?
I believe so. I wasn't part of that.
Okay. And that money is coordinated by a separate agency that has nothing to do with the OPD?
Objection to the relevance.
Sustain.
Now, you said you listened to the wiretap conversations, I think? I wasn't sure if you did.
No, I did not.
You did not. Did you discuss with Mareshi whether he listened to them?
I didn't discuss that, and whenever you go to the wiretap room, there's a sign-in process. You basically are treated as a witness, and so you don't just casually go into the wiretap room. I don't believe Corporal Mareshi ever entered that wiretap room. I couldn't say, you'd have to ask him, but he never did in my presence.
So I see you have a big notebook in front of you.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
So this is just a ring binder it's a study guide that I have my supplement report, transcripts from our deposition, a couple of transcripts from various interviews, the crime scene photos, that sort of thing, just a quick reference for court preparation.
Okay, and as the lead detective, do you go through, as part of your duties, and review all the reports from other officers or detectives that were involved in your investigation?
So just to clarify the answer, there was two independent investigations going on. There was the homicide investigation and the apprehension investigation. As part of the apprehension, no, I was not going over the reports that people were involved in on the apprehension efforts. My focus was purely on the actual homicide case. So I would not have involved myself with the various reports going on that were being obtained by the other agencies and as part of the apprehension efforts.
But you're aware that Mareshi was kind of like your co-lead during this investigation. Would that be fair to say?
Yes and no. He was the first couple of days. Corporal Mareshi was very much involved with me. The more he got involved in writing the Title IIIs and so forth, the more he separated himself. So for instance, there was a number of interviews that I did with other detectives from the homicide unit because Corporal Mareshi was busy doing his aspect of the investigation.
So what you're saying is that it wasn't important to you what Mr. Loyd said on those wiretap conversations as far as you knew in your investigation, correct?
That's correct.
And how could you tell that if you didn't listen to him?
How could I tell?
Whether they're important or not?
What would it be saying that was pertaining to the homicide investigation?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either. And it wouldn't be pertinent because it was after the fact.
Okay. Now, Detective Mareshi actually wrote a report about that. Are you aware of that?
I'm aware Detective Mareshi wrote a report, yes, sir.
And it's your testimony you never reviewed that report.
I have a copy of the report. As far as review it, I believe I read it once.
Okay. And in that report is the wiretap conversation transcription.
I went over the report. It's not a report I studied. It's a report I obtained, but it was not a report I studied.
So you're telling this jury you looked at a report written by one of your own detectives who was initially involved in a big part of the investigation, but then went over to wiretaps, and there was conversations between Mr. Loyd and other people, and you don't remember what was said.
It's not that I don't remember, it's that I didn't review it. It wasn't part of my investigation. It didn't pertain to the homicide, and I was focused on the homicide aspect, so I did not involve myself in the apprehension efforts at all.
But a few moments ago, you said you reviewed it once.
I looked at it. I did not study it, is what I said.
So when you say you look at it, you just look at it and toss it aside, or do you actually look at the words that are written in that paper and document?
So if when I say I study a document, that will mean I go over it multiple times. I will probably write notes on the document. I will probably ask questions to the author of the document. When I say I study it, that's what I mean. When I say I quickly read something, that's about it. And it's nothing that is committed to memory after that.
All right. So do you pick and choose on the level of the damage that a document may do to your investigation, not to study it and just kind of purview it?
I'm not sure what damage was done to my investigation from the apprehension efforts.
Well, you wouldn't know because you didn't read it, right?
I know because my homicide investigation was conducted and there was no damage that came forward from any outside sources.
And this was conversation between multiple parties besides Mr. Loyd, wasn't it?
This was which conversations?
The wiretap conversations.
Again, I wasn't part of the wiretap conversation, so I have no idea what was being discussed on those wiretaps.
So you completely blanked out on what's in that report?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Move on.
You would agree with the detective, when you do an investigation, you want to be thorough?
Of course.
You want to be fair?
Of course.
You want to cover everything that may be important to you?
I want to cover everything that's pertinent to the homicide investigation.
You don't have tunnel vision, right?
I don't have tunnel vision. However, when there's multiple aspects and multiple investigations happening at one time, you do have to remain focused as to what is pertaining to your particular investigation. And you can't allow yourself to go down the rabbit holes of various other investigations.
So you decide what a rabbit hole is. Would
I'm
that
sorry?
be fair? You decide what a rabbit hole is.
Yes, as the investigator, you have to determine what is pertinent to the investigation and what is not.
And so when we were talking the other day about you intentionally leaving out the one photograph, screenshot, that showed Mr. Loyd unarmed and running around that pole at Walmart for the shooting, was that a rabbit hole?
No, it was so the entire video is submitted to your office, to the state attorney's office. There was nothing that was left out. All the video that we obtained was submitted to you. As far as leaving anything out, there's nothing that was left out. There was still frames that I obtained that were basically same as my notes, same as my supplement report, that were basically aids to the narrative that I was submitting.
And you left out the one still frame of those 15, I guess it should have been 16, that would have depicted Mr. Loyd unarmed before the shootout, correct?
So again, and we've talked about this before, the still frames were a very insignificant part. It was almost just a quick reference for myself. The video itself was, I feel, the most pertinent evidence submitted of that day, and there was obvious video of Mr. Loyd showing him armed, showing him unarmed. So it's basically up to the reader to determine what was pertinent.
But I'm still trying to understand. The first thing you did with this video is broke it down into 15 different photographs. From the time that, I guess, the first photograph you showed was Mr. Loyd with his gun drawn, moving in the direction of Lieutenant Clayton, correct?
Correct.
And then the last still that you showed was the end when he was shooting down as he was leaving.
So, correct. So the stills that you're referring to, the order of those stills you presented. I presented 15 photographs in my case packet when I submitted it to the state attorney. How they were shown is, yeah, they were in time sequence, but yes, I was investigating a shooting of a police officer, so obviously I'm going to show the person that is shooting the police officer. I would feel that would be a pertinent photograph.
So you didn't want to go down the rabbit hole that possibly Lieutenant Clayton may have shot first.
I didn't consider that to be a rabbit hole. I believe 3 different times, Detective Mareshi and I went back to the Walmart to see, as I was reviewing the video, and frame by frame, I said, hey, let's go back out to the Walmart. I want to see if any of her rounds struck the building, because her firing angle, while it was she was firing straight up, so I didn't think it was necessarily plausible that she struck the building. I wanted to make sure. So once everybody was cleared, the scene was cleared, and we could go out and spend some time on that building, yeah, I went and checked and did not see any impacts on the building from bullet strikes.
So it's your testimony that you looked at the wall, which would have been behind Mr. Loyd, going towards the other side of the Walmart, and saw no strikes. Your testimony?
My testimony, our focus, when I looked at the video, my focus was actually on the upper part of the Walmart and the pillars. I felt that if she had fired off a round towards the building, that's where it would have struck based on the video of her firing from her back. As far as and I know you had found an impact on a windowsill that we couldn't say is relevant or not. I can't say that specifically we checked that windowsill to say that there was no impacts, but my search was based on the video of where she may have impacted the building, and I did not see any strikes at that point.
It's actually a concrete wall that's behind, which is on the Walmart.
Right. There's concrete wall, but there's windows with an aluminum frame would be in the trajectory path of Lieutenant Clayton.
And it's your testimony you didn't check those?
That I didn't?
Did not or did?
We checked them. We did not specifically check the window sills. Again, I based my search on the likely trajectory path based on the video.
I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. I just wanted to clarify something. The term unarmed has been used on several occasions. How are you defining unarmed when that's used? Well, Mr. Linneman referenced a moment when Mr. Loyd was unarmed.
And I don't know when he would have been unarmed. It's pretty obvious that he was armed once he left his vehicle and entered the Walmart. There was no time that he go back to his vehicle that we could see. So he would have been armed throughout the time he was walking through the Walmart, throughout his time as he approached Lieutenant Clayton, and obviously at the time he drew his firearm.
In other words, armed means there's a firearm on your person.
Yes.
Okay. That's all. Thank you, Judge.
May this witness be excused for today?
He's actually coming back this afternoon, but
Okay.
he's excused for now. Yes, Your Honor.
You can step down, Detective.
Thank you, Judge.
You're still under subpoena.
Yes, ma'am.
Subject to recall. Call your next witness.
State calls Gary Crosby.
Just go to the next step. Raise your right hand. Okay. Face it back.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, sir, if you'll have a seat and take your mask off,
Okay.
please. Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you tell us your full name, please, and spell your last name?
Gary Crosby, Crosby.
Where are you currently employed, sir?
The Orlando Police Department,
How long have you been a member of the Orlando Police Department?
almost 22 years.
And what is it that you currently do with the Orlando Police Department?
Crime scene investigator,
How long have you worked as a crime scene investigator for the Orlando Police Department?
the entire time I've been there.
All right, so that's been the entirety of your career has been in that role.
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you employed and on duty with the Orlando Police Department back on Monday, January 9th of 2017?
Yes, I was.
That afternoon, on 2 separate occasions, did you respond to 5365 Cinder Lane Parkway, commonly known as the Brookside Apartments at that time?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall approximately what time it was that you responded the first time during the day?
It was at 12:20 in the afternoon.
All right? And what was the purpose of your response to that apartment complex the first time?
In reference to a carjacking vehicle.
In other words, was it your understanding that the vehicle had been located?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with number 2 of State's Composite 15?
You may.
So the jurors have already seen this. Excuse me, Mr. Crosby,
Okay.
I'm going to hold it up. Do you see the location that you responded to on the map?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, and could you point to it for everybody, please?
It's right up here in this area.
All right, can you generally describe the apartment complex, what it looks like and how it's laid out?
It was, the building I went to faced the north, and it was like a 2-level apartment complex with parking in the front.
All right, when you arrived at the apartment complex, were you directed to the suspected vehicle of the victim?
Yes, I was.
Did you take photographs of it?
Yes, sir, I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Composite P? It's a 6-photograph composite. It's been shown to counsel.
Ken?
Mr. Crosby, I'm handing you State's Composite P. Could you look at all 6 photographs and tell me when you've had a chance to do that?
Okay.
Do you recognize the images depicted in the photos?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
That is the silver Volkswagen that was involved in the carjacking in front of the apartment complex.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the vehicle as you found it that day?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to admit State's Composite P as State's 16.
Any objection? All right, this will be admitted without objection to State's Composite 16, consisting of 6 photographs, sequentially numbered.
Permission to publish State 16, Your Honor?
Granted.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Crosby, the images should appear on the screen in front of you if the technology is cooperating this morning. All right, it is. So I'm now publishing number 1 of State's Composite 16. Could you just tell us what we're looking at in that photograph?
That's just an overall view of the front of the vehicle that the silver Volkswagen that was backed into front of the apartment complex.
And I was going to ask you about that. So the rear of the vehicle with the tag is now facing the inside, so it's not visible from the road. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Was that the way you found it?
It is.
All right. Do you see, we'll show some other pictures in a moment, but can you see some damage on the vehicle?
Yes, sir, there.
Can you describe where the damage was that you located?
It had damage to the right front corner, the right front bumper area. The left front headlight was busted out and had some lower front end damage. And I believe that was it. Oh, the right front tire was also flat.
Okay, so I'm going to publish photograph number 2 of State 16. It's a close-up image. You can see the damage you were describing. Photograph number 3. Why did you take that photograph, sir?
Just to depict the overall of the passenger side of the vehicle.
It looks like the passenger side window was down or partially down, is that right?
It was, yes.
And I'll ask it a better way. Did you touch or change or move this vehicle at all before you took the photos we're looking at?
No, sir, did not.
Publishing 4 of State 16. Publishing 5 of State 16. And which headlight is that, sir?
That's the left headlight.
And 6 of State 16. Now, you ended up responding back to that same apartment complex later that afternoon, is that right?
Yes, I did.
I said afternoon, it was actually evening. Could you tell us the time that you responded back?
It was at 7:16 p.m.
And when you went back the second time, what was the purpose of your visit?
And it was in reference to a search warrant.
Did you help execute the search warrant?
I was there, but I did not do any of the searching. I was just there to photograph and collect evidence.
Right. Were you eventually directed to the rear patio of the apartment where the search warrant was being executed?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you take photographs of what you found there?
I did.
Can you generally describe what it was or what it is that you found there?
I photographed two clothing articles. One was a black T-shirt with a security road across the front of it, I believe, and a pair of camouflage pants.
Did you collect the pants and the black shirt?
I did.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness of what's been marked as State's Exhibits AO and AP? They've both been shown to counsel.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to hand you scissors, Mr. Crosby.
Yes, sir.
Before you open it, can you tell me, looking at AO, if you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And how do you recognize the package?
My handwriting, my description, and my initials are here, and the date is there.
And what did you document is inside that package?
One black short sleeve pullover shirt, size extra large, with security logo across the front and back.
All right. Now I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit AP. Same set of questions. Do you recognize that package?
I do.
And do you recognize your signature and handwriting on it?
I do.
And what do you know or believe is inside that package?
It's one pair of camouflage pants.
Right? Do those packages appear to be in the same or substantially same condition as they were when they left your custody, but for having gone to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, sir, they do.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibits AO and AP as the next numbered exhibits.
No objection.
All right. AO will be admitted without objection as exhibit number 17. AP will be admitted without objection as exhibit number 18. Both for the state.
Mr. Crosby, there are some gloves to your left. Your Honor, may I have the witness open State's Exhibit AO
Yes.
and publish it to the jury?
Yes. You have permission on both exhibits.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are they the wrong size? Or you...
No, I'm good.
Okay. Some scissors. If you could open up the package, look inside, verify that in fact the black security shirt is in there.
Yes, sir, it is.
Would you mind if I take a look? Yes, sir. So would you mind opening it up, pulling it out, and just holding it up for members of the jury, please? Would you mind standing, please, sir, so everyone can see you? Thank you, sir. If you wouldn't mind repackaging that for me, I would really appreciate it. You referenced some photographs that you took of that item and the pants a moment ago. I'll go ahead and collect the shirt from you. Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. And may I approach the witness of what's been marked the State's Exhibit Composite Q? It's 8 photographs.
You may.
Been shown to counsel. Mr. Crosby, I'm showing you State's Composite Q. Could you look at the photos and tell me if you recognize the images depicted in them?
Yes, sir, I recognize them.
And what do you recognize the images to be of?
It's of the clothing articles at the apartment before they were collected and photographs after they were collected.
And that, so when you say that includes the shirt that you just showed us all.
That's correct.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the way they were sitting and then the way that you positioned them on the evening of January 9th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, that's the court to admit State's Exhibit Q as
19. Any objection? All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's Composite Exhibit number 19, consisting of 8 sequentially numbered photographs.
And I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Cross.
Thank you.
May this witness be excused.
He is excused and released by the state. Yes, Judge.
Defense. All right, thank you, sir. You're free
you,
to
ma'am.
go. How are the jurors holding up? You need a break? Yep, all right. Let's take a 10-minute break. Thanks, before we call our next witness. Court's in recess, 10 minutes. All right, we're back on the record on State versus Loyd. He's present with his attorney. State Attorney's Office is present. Let's get the jury back in, please. State recognized presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Paul Foster.
All the way down to Stephany.
You can take your mask off, go up to the top step, face the clerk, raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Yep.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Have a seat, sir. Thank you. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Morning. I'm Paul Foster. I work for the Orlando Police Department.
What do you do for OPD?
Currently, I'm in the fugitive unit. At the time of the incident, I was in the K-9 unit.
And how long have you been with Orlando Police Department?
17 years.
At the time of the incident, you said you were a canine handler?
Yes, sir.
What did that involve? What did you do on a day-to-day basis?
Care and maintenance of the dog, tracking and searching for criminals.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to January 9th of 2017. Did you respond to an area of the county known as the Brookside apartment complex?
Yes, sir.
About how long after the shooting of Lieutenant Debra Clayton did you respond to that apartment complex?
It was within a few hours, and when I got activated to respond to that scene, I did it as a part of the SWAT team.
Okay. And did you respond in an effort to locate an individual named Markeith Loyd?
Yes, sir.
Do you know about how far away Brookside apartment complex is from the Royal Oaks apartment complex? Just generally.
About 2 or 3 miles.
When you arrived at that apartment complex, what was going on?
Like I said, the SWAT team was activated to aid in the search for Markeith Loyd. There was a group of guys that were covering the front side of the apartment complex, going door to door, just trying to get information on whereabouts. While they were doing that, going door to door, talking to the residents, there was a group of us that were covering the rear of the building and kind of paralleling them as they were making their way down the building, just in case something happened, at the back to the apartments.
Okay, so some officers were in front, some officers were in back of the apartment complex and kind of walking down the line.
Yes, sir.
All right. And is the Brookside apartment complex located at 5475 Cinder Lane Parkway?
Yes, sir.
Had you been made aware of the clothing description given of the person who shot Lieutenant Debra Clayton?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and without telling me the details of what that description was, because rules don't allow me to ask you that, were you looking for somebody in that type of clothing?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you this and introduced to State's Exhibit 15. Does this exhibit generally show the location of the Brookside apartment complex that you went to?
Yes, sir.
Now, as you were walking along the back side of the apartments in that complex, did you locate something of interest on one of the patios?
Yes, sir.
What did you find?
Like I said, we were walking by the patios, and I'm, watching the second and third floor as well as the first floor, and as I'm walking by, I'm scanning the area, and I noticed some clothing balled up on the back of a patio. So I went over and to check it out. And when I picked the clothing up, it was a pair of pants.
When you picked up the clothing, did you take any precautions as far as, crime scene investigation work before you picked it up?
My hands were already gloved.
Okay. Describe what you saw. The type, what was the specifics of the clothing that you saw?
I picked up a pair of camouflage pants, and right next to the camouflage pants, it was a T-shirt. I picked up the shirt and said "security" in white letters across the front of it.
Was the clothing that you found consistent with the information you received about the clothing of the person who shot Lieutenant Debra?
Yes, sir.
This time, Your Honor, may I publish State's Exhibit 19, the 8 photographs submitted earlier?
You may.
Showing you photograph 1 of State's 19. What does this show?
The back patio where I located the clothing.
Photograph 2, what is this?
The clothing that I found on the patio.
Photograph 3.
The black T-shirt with "security" written across the front of it.
And once you removed that black shirt, what was underneath?
Camouflage BDU style pants.
And photograph 5, is that just a picture of the shirt laid out?
Yes, sir. Picture of the black shirt with "security" on the front of it.
And photograph 6, backside?
Same.
Photograph 7?
Camouflage BDU pants.
And photograph 8?
The back of the camouflage BDU pants.
Okay. And to your knowledge, were these items, the shirt and the camouflage pants, sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further analysis?
I do not know.
Fair enough. Okay. No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Cross? I have no questions. All right, thank you. All right, is this witness excused and released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You are free to go.
Thank you very much.
Call your next witness, please.
State calls Chuck Ashworth.
Take off your mask, stand on the top step, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, please.
Thank you.
You may inquire.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you tell us your full name and spell your last name, sir?
Charles Ashworth. I go by Chuck. It's ASHWORTH.
Mr. Ashworth, you currently still live in Central Florida?
I do.
How long have you lived in Central Florida?
Oof. Since 96, technically.
All right. So we'll say that's a long time.
Sure.
Okay. Back in January of 2017, where were you employed?
I'm sorry. Where was I employed? Yes, sir. At the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
And how long, as of January of 2017, how long had you been a member of the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
So I was hired in 2006. So 11 years, I guess that would have been.
Okay.
Okay.
Were you employed in law enforcement prior to joining the Sheriff's Office?
I was. I spent time. Yes,
Go ahead.
sir. Yeah.
Tell us about that, please.
I spent time at Lake County Sheriff's Office prior to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, and also a small police department in Lake County for just a year and a half before that.
Had you served in the military prior to working as a law enforcement officer?
No military.
I want to direct your attention now back to the evening of January 17th, 2017. Were you employed and working for the Orange County Sheriff's Office that night?
I was.
And generally, what was your role or what were your duties back with the Sheriff's Office at that time?
At that time, I was assigned to the in the Sheriff's Office, it was the Criminal Investigative Division, but I was assigned to the United States Marshals Task Force, Fugitive Task Force.
Let me back up again for a moment. You're not wearing a uniform today. You're currently retired, is that right?
I retired in April. Yes, sir.
So What did you do as a member of the task force with the Marshal Service? What were your duties?
Basically, it was violent fugitive apprehension, if you will.
Oh, okay, so without giving away any trade secrets, just generally, what did that entail?
Going and finding people that were wanted by the court,
Okay.
usually for violent offenses.
So with this task force, under whose authority did you act?
That night, I would have been acting under the United States Marshal Service
Okay.
as a special deputy.
So on that night, did you respond to turned out to be a house at 1157 Lescott Lane in Orange County, Florida?
I did.
And I think you just told us that night you were working under the authority of the Federal Marshal Service.
I was.
And was the purpose of your response to Lescott Lane that night the apprehension of the fugitive Markeith Loyd?
It was.
Now, how did you get to Lescott Lane that evening?
I drove.
What type of vehicle?
It would have been a van.
Was anyone driving or riding in the van with you?
Yes, there was. There were, I think, 4 other people in the van, if I remember correctly.
Were these people that you worked with on a regular basis?
They were.
What were you wearing that evening?
I don't remember the clothing. I believe I was in shorts and a T-shirt as far as clothing, but I had a vest on. It had all the tools of the trade on it that clearly said sheriff and a marshal patch as well. So,
Was your van marked or unmarked?
it was unmarked.
And was there a reason it's unmarked?
Yes, for surveillance purposes.
So generally, what type of area was the residence at 1157 Lescott Lane located in?
It was just a residential area, mainly single-family homes.
What did you see when you arrived at the residence?
It was dark. I saw a house that we were told that potentially was the target residence, and it was dark.
Okay. Where in relation to the target residence did you park your vehicle?
So if you're looking at the front of the residence, I parked to the right. Basically, yeah, off to the right, if you will, from the front of the residence.
Now, may I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit R and shown to counsel?
You may.
It's a composite of 4 photographs. Mr. Ashworth, I'm going to show you the 4 photographs in State's Composite R. Do you recognize the images depicted in those 4 photos?
I do.
And what do those images depict?
The house, the target house, if you will, the house that we suspected the Markeith Loyd to be in.
All right, and do they fairly and accurately depict the way the house seen around it looks back on the night of January 17th, 2017?
Looks accurate.
This time I'd ask the court to admit State's R as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objections? This will be admitted without objections as state number 20. This is a composite exhibit consisting of 4 sequentially numbered photographs.
So I believe, and may I publish State's 20, Judge?
You may.
I believe you said that you parked your van on the right side of the house?
If you're looking at the house, it would have been off to the right. Yes, sir.
All right, so in this photograph, do you see the area where you parked the van?
Yeah, it was pretty much near that tree. If you're looking at that tree right there, the first tree that you can see in the light.
Okay, so I see 2 individuals standing in the front yard and there's a group of trees to the right. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. Somewhere right around in there.
All right, on the house side or on the far side?
It would have been on the far side, a little bit out of view, because we came in quiet and dark, so we try not to park right in front of the house.
All right. Once you parked the van, did you see anybody outside of the house when you first arrived?
No.
And you've already described that it was dark. What did you do once you stopped the van?
So we got out. I think it was just at first, it was just myself and Inspector Mosier went to the front, and the majority of the guys went to the back. And I just basically, Inspector Mosier's vehicle was in front of mine a little bit, so I took partial cover behind his engine block.
Was Inspector Mosier one of the individuals who was in the van with you?
No, he drove separately, and we actually followed him in.
All right, so there was more than just your vehicle that responded as a member of your team. Is that accurate?
Yes, at that moment, I remember there was 2 vehicles, Inspector Mosier's and then my van. That's what I remember.
What was your primary responsibility once you got to the scene and got out? What were you trying to accomplish?
I think the original plan was just to hold the house, just to surround it, make sure that nobody could get in or out.
Did you, once you got in your initial position, did you take cover behind anything?
I did. I took cover behind Inspector Mosier's engine block, basically.
Was anybody else there?
Inspector Mosier was there.
Just the 2 of you?
At that moment, that's all I remember, the 2 of us, yes.
And we're still talking about when you initially arrived.
Yes, sir.
Now, at that moment, could you be sure that anyone was inside the residence at all?
No, we had no idea.
At some point, did you or another member of law enforcement become aware that somebody was inside?
Yes, somebody from my team had mentioned on the radio that they thought they saw somebody come out the back and then run back in the house.
So this is something you heard on the radio you didn't actually see?
That is correct.
What was the next thing that you observed?
I believe at that point, I remember the door opening, the front door of the house opening.
So I just published number 2 of State's number 20. It's a little bit closer up view of the house. Can you see the trees you were describing earlier? Yeah,
Yes, sir. And we were a little bit past those trees. Inspector Mosier's vehicle was. I had a clear view of the front door.
Were you armed that evening?
I was.
And now I'm publishing photograph number 3 of State's Exhibit 20. Can you see in that photograph where you were positioned at the moment you're describing to us?
Sure. So I was about 30 yards off of the right side of the house on this side of that tree, basically, looking basically right at the front door.
So is it fair to say that you can see your position better on photograph 2?
I'm sorry, what was it?
Let me ask a better question.
Sure.
Can you actually see the location where you were in photograph number 3?
I don't think so, but it's right near the corner where the picture ends. It'd be right there in that corner.
Can you see it in photograph 2?
Sure, so it's just past that tree, I would say. Yeah.
Gotcha. Now, from where you were, could you see the front door of the residence?
Yes, sir.
So I think we left off that you had heard some chatter and then you saw something. What did you see?
The door opened, and if I remember correctly, the first thing I saw was some clothing come out of the door.
Now, when you say come out, was it being held or was it thrown out? That you recall?
I believe it was thrown.
Okay. Did the door close again?
It did.
All right. Did you see any additional movement from the front door?
I did. So the door opened again, and I briefly could see somebody appear to be inside the house, and then an object come out of the house again, and the door shut.
Were you able to determine whether that second object was similar to the clothing, the first object?
No, I knew at that point I could tell it was a heavier object, smaller, heavier object. In my mind, I thought it was a firearm.
And how could you tell it was a smaller, heavier object?
Just by the way it's tossed, the way it came out, the motion of it traveling, how it dropped.
Had you had experiences with firearms like that being thrown before?
I have, yes.
Right. So the door closes after the second object is thrown out. What happens next?
The door closes, and then shortly after the door opens again, and another object comes out.
How were you able to determine what the third object was?
Again, similar thing. It was smaller, heavier. The way it landed, in my mind, I thought it was a firearm. Did the door eventually open a fourth time? It did.
And what happened when the door opened the fourth time?
Basically, at that point, it was pretty low light still, but I could tell that somebody was coming out, and I could see that they were showing their hands as they were coming out of the door.
And was the person who you saw initially come out of the door eventually identified as the suspect, Markeith Loyd?
He was.
At this point, were there other, beyond just your team, were there other law enforcement officers present?
Yes, there was.
And you're nodding your head with a smile. Were there many other law enforcement officers present?
There were. Multiple. It happened very fast. A lot of people showed up.
Can you, or could you hear commands being given to the person who was crawling out?
Yes, so I originally began giving the commands, but then I heard people behind me started yelling more, so then I stopped giving commands, and there was a group of 4 or 5 guys behind me giving commands.
At some point, Did you step away from that engagement to obtain something else?
I did. I went and secured my long gun and got a ballistic shield out of my car.
Did you return to where the other officers were before the suspect reached where the officers were in the yard?
I did. I came back and took a position to cover the front door.
And why were you covering the front door if a suspect had been crawling out?
It's basically called the +1 rule. You never just assume there's one person in there. You always assume there's multiple. So I wanted to make sure that the people that were given the commands were covered if somebody came out of the door.
At some point, did you end up making your way into the house in the photograph?
I'm sorry, make it into the house?
Did you go into the house?
I did, yes, sir.
And as you walked into the house, were you able to, or did you come across the area where you had seen the objects thrown?
I did. As I was walking up, I shined my light to see what was thrown. And I observed what appeared to be 2 firearms.
And I'm going to publish now photograph number 4 of State's Exhibit 20. Can you see in the distance the items that you were discussing?
It does look like there's one that I can see for sure with a yellow marker right there on the ground underneath the window to the right of the door.
And the person that you, was the house searched?
The house was searched.
And was anyone else found present in the house?
No, no one else was there.
Was anybody else ever seen coming out of the house that evening other than Mr. Loyd?
No, only one person.
And do you see the person that you know as Mr. Loyd here in the courtroom here today?
I do.
And could you please point to him and describe an article of his clothing?
Looks like a white and gray plaid shirt, maybe.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Thank you. Ross?
Yes.
I don't know, maybe. I'm afraid I'll choke on it now. Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
So as a U.S. Marshal, you were actually assigned to the U.S. Marshal's division while being a sheriff's deputy.
That is correct.
Okay. And there were several of you.
Yes, sir. My team was 8 or 9, I believe.
And they were all sheriff deputies that were
on my team.
deputized?
On my team, we're all deputy sheriff, or were deputy sheriffs that were also United States Marshals. Yes, sir.
And part of your responsibility during that period of time was to try and find Mr. Loyd. Is that right?
That was our responsibility. Yes, sir.
Now, you had said that you observed several things throughout this evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
One of the things you saw was what appeared to be a firearm being thrown out, correct?
Yes.
Okay. No one had commanded Mr. Loyd to throw out his guns, correct?
No.
He was doing that on his own.
Yes.
And the same as the second one. The second one he did on his own without any commands.
Yes.
Okay. And no one commanded him to come out. He came out on his own. Correct?
Yes.
And as a matter of fact, when he came out on his own, he was down very small, correct?
Actually, not the way I remember. I remember him being very long. He was crawling with his hands, making sure people could see his hands, but yes, okay. I wouldn't say small. He was just crawling with his hands out.
So the first time you noticed him, he was right near the door where the guns came out, and he was on the ground with his hands held out.
Yeah, so he had come out the front door and with his hands clearly out like this.
And no one told him to lay down?
No.
And you could see there was nothing in his hands?
Correct.
And you can see him crawling, correct?
Yes.
Now, you said there was a number of officers there, a large number, is that correct?
Towards the end, yes, sir.
Okay, so it started off with a small group, 10 or 12, and then by the end, after he was in custody, there was a very large group, correct?
That is correct.
Well over 100.
In my estimates, yes, sir. By the very end, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay. And during this time, in order for you to see better, the sheriff's department had a helicopter flying over.
Objection. Relevant.
Sustained.
Now, you believe when you saw him crawling that when he was holding his hands out the entire time, this was done in an obvious manner that he was not...
Objection.
You see the attorneys at the bench.
No, okay.
Did you ever see him waving a flag at the very beginning?
You know, there is a memory of potentially some type of something being waived. I could not differentiate between the fact that the clothing came out the door if something was being waived.
Okay, and that would have been in the area where he comes out the door.
I'm sorry.
That would have been the area where he came out the front door.
That is correct.
And he continued to crawl out all the way to the sidewalk. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Loyd. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
He is excused and released by the state of Florida.
Any
Yes.
objection?
He's not released from us,
All
Judge.
right. You are excused for today, but you remain under subpoena and subject to recall. All right?
Understood.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Call your next witness.
The state calls Cleveland Jenkins.
Sure. All right, sir, you raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Have a seat.
Yes, ma'am.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please tell us your full name and spell your last name?
Sure. My name is Cleveland. Last name is Jenkins, Jenkins.
Mr. Jenkins, where are you currently employed?
I'm a Deputy United States Marshal here in Middle Florida, work at the Orlando Division.
And how long have you been employed as a Deputy United States Marshal?
Since 2003.
What are your current duties as a Deputy United States Marshal?
I am currently assigned to enforcement. I work warrants primarily for serious offenses, homicide, sexual battery, carjacking, prisoner escape cases, drug cases, gun cases, so on and so forth.
So is it a fair summary that when a judge signs an order permitting somebody to be brought into custody, if they're of a violent nature, you are one of the people that helps find them and bring them in?
Correct. Assigned to the Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force. The Florida Caribbean Regional Fugitive Task Force.
Like me, Mr. Jenkins, you speak somewhat quickly at times, so try to slow down a little bit, okay?
Yes, sir.
So were you employed in the same capacity back on the night of January 17th, 2017?
Yes, sir, I was.
Exact same role, exact same team?
Yes, sir.
Right? That night, did you respond to an address in the city of Orlando, 1157 Lescott Lane?
Yes, sir, we did.
And what was your role in apprehension efforts, excuse me, that evening?
Initially that evening, I was assigned to the south side of the residence to perform a perimeter security.
You said perimeter security?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, if you're looking at the house from the street,
Yes, sir.
the south side would be on the left or the right?
It would be on the right.
All right. What was the first thing that you did when you arrived and you parked on the right side of the house?
One of the first things that we did was we cleared out the resident in the house immediately to our right behind us. We actually pulled up into and we're doing security in like a vacant lot, but there was a residence that was close by that was in danger.
So you ensured you got those people out?
Yes, sir.
Right. At some point, after you secured them, where did you position yourself in the event that the suspect or the target ended up coming out of the house?
We tried to position ourselves out by the road because we ended up with like we would have had a crossfire issue if we were to stay where we were at because there was another unit on the opposite side of us. So we ended up out by the street behind the guys that were actually watching the door.
Now, eventually, I'm going to fast forward a few minutes, Mr. Loyd was brought into custody, is that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And did you have contact with Mr. Loyd after he was taken near some patrol vehicles?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you have a chance to observe the clothing or other items that were covering Mr. Loyd's body?
Yes, sir.
Did any one article grab your attention?
Yes, sir, the bulletproof vest that he had on.
Why was that significant to you?
It's an unusual piece of clothing to be seen on a civilian.
Were you present when that piece of clothing was removed?
Yes, sir, I was.
And how was it removed from his body?
It was one of the detectives from Orange County Sheriff's Office actually cut the vest off of him, cutting the strap.
The strap, you're pointing to your shoulder, the shoulder strap?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness what's been marked as Composite AH? It's 18 photographs.
All right. You have an objection to these?
To me showing him the photographs?
To him showing the photographs? All right, let me see the attorneys at the bench, please. may proceed, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm specifically going to approach only with the first two photographs of AH.
Okay.
Mr. Jenkins, I'm going to show you two photographs. The first two, 1 and 2, of Composite AH. Do you recognize the images depicted in the photographs?
Yes, sir, I do.
And specifically, do you recognize the vest that is on the curb?
Yes, sir, I do.
And do those photographs fairly and accurately depict the vest that was removed from Mr. Loyd on January 17th of 2017?
Yes, sir, it does.
Those are all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Cross.
No questions, Judge.
Is this witness excused?
He is excused and released by the state. Yes, Your Honor.
I can't hear you.
I'm not going to release him.
All right, so you're excused for today, sir, but you remain under subpoena and subject to recall. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
He's the only witness you have? Or she's the only witness you have?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, folks. The next witness is the medical examiner, and that's a lengthy witness. So instead of starting and stopping that testimony, we're going to take an early lunch. Your lunch is not here yet, but it should be here fairly soon. And in the meantime, that gives me some time to work on this list that you all gave me. So have a good break. I'll see everybody back 1 o'clock. That should give you plenty of time to eat lunch. Take a break. You might want to take your break and your smoke break today now. All right. Thank you.
She's leaving a notepad. No, leave a notepad.
Okay, folks, take an early lunch. I'll see everybody back here to start at 1 o'clock with the medical examiner. Yes, sir. You need to turn your mic on.
I understand that the note from the jury may be administrative. I just want to make sure it's marked appropriately, and I would prefer to take a look at it, but obviously that's the
It's
court's
an
discretion.
administrative notes. It has literally nothing to do with anything that's going on
Okay,
inside this
I
courtroom.
understand. I just want to make a point, Judge.
Okay.
Thank
no
you.
problem. All right. Thank you. All right, we're back on the record on State versus Loyd. He's present with his attorneys. State Attorney's Office is present. Everybody ready to go?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, let's bring the jury back. State recognized presence of the jury?
Yes,
Defense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. State, you may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Joshua Stephany.
Sir, you can remove your mask. Step, raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat, Doctor. You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can adjust that.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Joshua Stephany, Stephany.
What do you do for a living?
I am the Chief Medical Examiner for Districts 9 and 25.
And what does that mean? What do you do?
Basically, the job of a medical examiner is to determine the cause and manner of death. As the Chief Medical Examiner, I do that as well as oversee my whole office.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background and your training that allowed you to do that job?
4 years of undergraduate school, 4 years of medical school, 5 years of pathology residency, 1 year of forensic pathology fellowship.
And once you completed your education, did you begin with the medical examiner's office at that point?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been with the medical examiner's office?
Since July of 2007.
Okay. Are you licensed to practice medicine in the state of Florida?
Yes.
You mentioned that part of your duties involved the performance of autopsies, correct?
I did not, but it is.
Okay. Explain to the jury what an autopsy is and what it entails.
An autopsy is basically the investigation or examination of someone after they passed away. It includes multiple different things. First, again, it's an examination, so the first part would be an external examination, then an internal examination, and then looking at each organ individually. All the time while we're doing this, we're taking photographs, we're taking our notes, we look for any injuries or any evidence of medical intervention or disease processes.
Can you estimate about how many autopsies you performed in your career?
Over 5,000.
What does the term pathology mean?
Pathology is the study of disease.
Okay. What about forensic pathology?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of pathology which takes into account everything about pathology, the study of disease, natural disease, and then incorporates trauma.
So as a medical examiner, are you considered a forensic pathologist?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, the state will request permission to allow this witness to give opinion testimony pursuant to the evidence code.
No objection.
All right. Permission granted.
Let me direct your attention to January 9th of 2017. Did you perform an autopsy on Debra Clayton?
Yes.
Was there a case number assigned to that autopsy from your medical examiner's office?
Yes.
What was it?
ME, which stands for medical examiner, 2017, which is a date, and then the number is 63.
Where was that autopsy performed?
At the District 9 Medical Examiner's Office.
And how did Debra Clayton arrive at the medical examiner's office?
She was transported by our transport service from the hospital to our office.
How was Lieutenant Clayton dressed when she arrived at the medical examiner's office?
I don't believe she was still wearing any clothes.
Okay. Did you see any signs of medical intervention when you first examined Lieutenant Clayton?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what those were?
I'm going to refer to my report to be exact. She had an endotracheal tube, which is a tube that goes in your mouth. Electrocardiogram pads on the right chest, and left abdomen, and an intraosseous catheter in the left shoulder. That is a catheter that goes right into your bone.
And are those standard medical devices used in the treatment that attempts to save somebody's life?
Yes.
Okay. Did you determine how tall she was and how much she weighed?
She was 65 inches, or 5'5", and 157 pounds.
And what was her age?
42.
During the autopsy, I think you mentioned earlier that did you take photographs?
Either myself or they were taken under my direct supervision.
Okay. Were diagrams also created to show the location of certain injuries and the path of travel of the mechanism of that injury?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you must have been marked as State's Exhibit U, a composite of 17 photos, as well as T, a composite of 4 diagrams. Take a look at those and tell me if you recognize both of those items.
Yes, I do.
As to State's Exhibit U, the 17 photographs, what are those generally? Are those the photographs that were taken during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict Lieutenant Debra Clayton as she was at the time she arrived at the autopsy and at the time you were performing it?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the injuries that you noticed?
Yes.
As far as State's Exhibit T, the diagrams, are the diagrams that you, as the medical examiner, created?
Yes.
And are they fairly and accurately depict the pictorial representation of her injuries?
Yes.
This time, State would move T into evidence, the diagrams, as State's 21.
Any objections?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I need to see the photos one more time.
This is T, the diagrams.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no objection.
To the diagrams?
The diagrams are State's T, Your Honor, is 21.
All right. These will be admitted without objection as State's number 21. It's a composite exhibit consisting of 4 diagrams.
And the State would move State's U into evidence with the court's permission as State's 22, 17 photos.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right. This will be admitted without objection as State's number 22, a composite consisting of 17 sequentially numbered photographs.
At this time, the State would also move into evidence State's Exhibit S, which is a stipulation entered into by the parties involved. May I approach?
Any objection to the stipulation?
No objection.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right, this will be admitted into evidence by stipulation of the parties at State's Exhibit number 23. Go ahead and mark it, and then I'm going to read it to the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is a stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, M. Ryan Williams, and Defendant Markeith Loyd, as well as the attorney for the defendant, Terrence Lenneman, stipulate that the identity of the deceased, who's found by law enforcement at the Walmart located at 3101 West Princeton Street on January 9th, 2017, and upon whom Dr. Joshua Stephany performed an autopsy on January 9th, 2017, is Debra Clayton. Because the defense and the state have stipulated to the identity of the victim, this fact must be considered as true in your deliberations. You may proceed.
Your Honor, may I publish States 21 and 22 at this time?
Yes, sir.
Showing you photograph 1 of States 22. Who's represented in this photograph?
The decedent, Debra Clayton.
Okay, and is that the person upon whom you performed the autopsy?
Yes.
Can you generally describe to the jury the injuries that you found on Lieutenant Clayton?
First, there were multiple gunshot wounds, a total of 4. And then I can go into more detail, but then there was also some what we call blunt force trauma. There was abrasions to her face and her knees.
Okay. You mentioned there were 4 gunshot wounds?
Correct.
Generally, where were they located? We'll get into the specifics.
There was one in the neck, which also went to the back. There was one in the leg, one in the abdomen, and I think another one in the abdomen, the superficial to the abdomen.
Just by looking at Lieutenant Clayton's body without any other information, are you able to tell the order in which those gunshot wounds were inflicted upon her?
No.
Okay. Using the photographs we just showed, I'm going to ask you to walk the jury through the various injuries that you just described in a little more detail. Starting with the injury to her neck, I'm showing you photograph 2 of States 20.
Come up to the bench. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Showing you photograph 2 of States 22, starting with the injury to her neck. Describe what we see in this photograph, please.
This is the decedent's right neck. What you see there is a defect, and that is the entrance gunshot wound to the right neck.
And how do you know it's an entrance wound instead of an exit wound?
Well, typically, difference between entrance wound and exit wounds, entrance wounds are more punched out, like a cookie cutter. Entrance wounds are more slit-like or stellate, and you can often put the sides back together. Also, it's a lot easier when there's a projectile at the end of the pathway, so we know that this is the entrance wound because there was a projectile if you follow the track at the other end of it.
Can you describe for the jury the damage that the projectile caused as it entered the right side of her neck and traveled through her body?
The projectile entered her neck, crossed what we call the cricoid cartilage, which is, if you feel your neck is your Adam's apple, lacerated or fractured that, went across into her left chest, fractured 3 ribs, the posterior aspects of the first through third ribs on the left side, the left clavicle, contused the upper left lung, resulting in 700 milliliters of blood in the left chest cavity. The projectile then entered the back, lacerating the soft tissue and musculature of the back, and caused a partial exit wound to the left back.
Okay. Can you describe the direction or the path of travel that the projectile took?
Front to back, right to left, and downward.
Okay. Did you notice any stippling or soot near the entrance wound in her neck?
I did not.
What is stippling?
Stippling is small little punctate lacerations and abrasions on the skin caused by burnt and unburnt gunpowder as it exits the end of the barrel of a gun.
And what's the term punctate mean?
Punctate just means really small.
Okay. What does the lack of stippling that you just described and the lack of soot around the entrance wound mean to you as far as the distance from the muzzle to her neck?
Typically, we say that you lose stippling or the injury caused by stippling at about 3 feet from the distance from the end of the barrel gun to the decedent. Now, of course, you have to have the exact gun and ammunition to test fire, but as the end of the barrel of the gun gets farther from the decedent, the stippling pattern gets spread out and more scant. So conversely, if you're closer, if the end of the barrel of the gun is closer to the decedent, you'll get a nice, dense, compact, tight area of stippling.
Okay. And you saw none around the entrance wound here, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Showing you photograph 3 of States 22. What do we see in this photograph?
That is the decedent's left back in what I termed a partial exit wound.
Okay. And you indicated, I believe earlier, you were able to recover a projectile from this wound?
Correct.
Okay. Did the projectile you recovered remain partially in her body?
Yes, it is right adjacent to that exit wound.
Okay. If she would have been wearing a bulletproof vest at the time, would that have contributed to cause that projectile not to exit her body fully?
Correct. That's why I call it a partial exit wound, because you do see the defect in her back, meaning the projectile did penetrate the skin, but there was something hard on the other, against her back, which caused the projectile to ricochet back inside her body.
Okay. Could that have been, that something hard could have been a bulletproof vest? Could it be concrete?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 4 of States 22. What does this show?
That is the exact same exit wound we just looked at. When I made an incision to the skin, you can see the projectile just beneath the skin.
And did you remove that projectile?
Yes.
Showing you photograph 5 of States 22. What does that show?
That is the projectile from the left back once it's been removed.
Okay. And showing you photograph 6 of States 22. What does this show?
That's a metal probe from the entrance wound to the exit wound, showing the path of the projectile through the decedent's body.
Okay. And moving on to image 1 or diagram 1 of States 21. What does this show, especially the red arrow at the top by her neck?
The red arrow indicates the pathway which I just mentioned from the right neck to the left back.
Okay. Moving on to the wound that you mentioned, I believe in her abdomen, buttock area. Showing you photograph 7 of States 22. What do we see here?
That's a entrance gunshot wound to the superior right buttock.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the damage that that projectile caused as it entered the top of her right buttock and traveled through her body?
It penetrated the soft tissue and musculature of her right buttock, fractured the right iliac bone or the hip bone, and then penetrated and lacerated the small bowel in her abdomen, and then again partially exited the right abdomen.
Is the hip bone a relatively thick bone in the human body?
Relatively, yes.
Okay. Did you locate any soot or stippling near this entrance wound?
I did not.
And if she would have been wearing clothing, would that also have prevented any stippling from being present?
Yes, it would.
Okay. Showing you photograph 8 of States 22. What do we see here?
That is the decedent's right abdomen, and that is the partial exit wound on the right abdomen from the previous entrance gunshot wound.
Okay, and are you talking there? We see 2 wounds in this photo. Are you talking about the wound at the top right or the one on her right hip?
I'm talking about the one to the bottom of the picture.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury the path of travel, the direction and path of travel the projectile took?
Back to front, slightly upward, and left to right.
Showing you photograph 9 of States 22. What does this photograph show?
That is another probe showing the path of the projectile through the decedent's body.
Okay. Were you able to recover a projectile from this wound?
Yes.
Okay. And again, was there, even though there was an exit wound, how were you able to recover a projectile?
It was directly adjacent or right beneath the exit wound on the right abdomen.
Okay. Showing you photograph 10 of States 22. What do we see here?
That is the projectile that was recovered from the right abdomen.
Okay. Describe how the projectile appeared.
Repeat the question, please.
Can you describe how it appeared? Was it damaged?
Yeah, it's what we call, deformed, because it clearly it's in two pieces and does not look intact.
Was it more deformed than the first projectile that you recovered off of her back?
It appears more deformed, yes.
Okay. The projectiles. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit V, as in Victor. Can you take a look at that item? Open. Actually, let me give you some scissors. Can you tell me if you recognize that item?
There's an internal package. You want me to open that too?
Yes, please. There are gloves next to you if you need them. Do you recognize the contents?
Yes, within this bag is my original packaging and labeling of the projectiles, as well as the projectiles have been removed and put in new packaging.
And how many projectiles are in there?
2.
Okay. Are those the two we just talked about, the one from her back and the one from her hip?
Yes.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you removed them from her body, except for some additional markings from the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
Thank you. This time, State would move State's V as in Victor into evidence as State's 23.
Any objections? All right, this will be admitted into evidence without objections as State's 24.
24, sorry, Your Honor.
That's all right.
Showing you, again, photograph number 1 of State's 21. What does this show about the injury you just described that entered her right buttock and exited her hip?
If you look at the diagram on the right, and if you can read my writing, right above the right buttock, it says entrance B, which corresponds to the gunshot one we just spoke about. And then look at the picture on the left. There is an exit wound, and I put projectile recovered adjacent to the exit wound, and that says exit B.
Moving on to the wound in her lower abdomen. Showing you what's marked as 11, photograph 11 from State's 22. What does this show?
It shows a gunshot wound of the left abdomen.
Okay. Now we see 3 wounds here. Can you describe which one is the entrance, which one is the exit, and why there's a third one?
The bottom of the picture, or the inferior or lower abdomen, is the entrance wound. The projectile goes just deep to the skin, so it's a very superficial exits on the left abdomen, or the middle part of that picture, and then because of the position of her body, it abraded or scraped the upper left abdomen as it continued on its path.
Okay. Can you describe the damage this projectile caused as it traveled through her body?
It was very superficial, so it caused lacerations and hemorrhage of the subcutaneous soft tissue, which is the tissue just beneath the skin.
Did you locate any soot or stippling in any of these wounds that we saw?
I did not.
All right. Did you locate anything inside of any of these 3 wounds?
There was a piece of black fabric towards that wound in the middle of the abdomen.
Okay. And if she would have been wearing a black colored shirt, would that explain the presence of the black fabric?
It would.
Okay. Did you locate any projectile associated with this wound?
I did not.
Showing you photograph 12 of States 22. What does this show?
That is a probe that shows the path of the projectile through the individual.
Okay. And describe the directionality or the path the projectile took.
It goes left to right and upward.
Okay. How extreme is the upward angle?
Not very extreme.
Okay.
I mean, can you rephrase the question?
Sure.
I'm not sure what you mean by how extreme.
Sure. Is it almost going straight up from her toes up to her head if she was standing up?
Yes, as you can see in the pictures, it does do that.
Okay.
And I think I got my directions wrong. It's actually right to left.
Understood. Are you able, just by looking at the wounds and her body, to be able to tell what position she was in when she was struck?
I'm not.
Are you able to tell what position the shooter would have been in at the time the bullet was fired?
I cannot. I can by using the probes, we can only tell you in anatomic position, meaning with laying down with their palms out, the direction of the projectile through the individual, and generally where it came from.
And why can you not tell the relative positions between Lieutenant Clayton and the shooter?
Well, people who are alive, they can bend and flex in multiple different positions. So I don't know what position she was in at the time she was shot. And again, an assailant can have their arm in different directions, so I don't know the placement of an assailant, just judging by an autopsy.
Okay. Showing you image or diagram number 2 of States 21. What do we see here?
That shows the overall direction of the path of the wound in the decedent from the gunshot wound we just spoke about.
Okay. Moving on to the third gunshot wound, the one to the back of her thigh. And again, these are not suggestive of the order in which the bullets were fired, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Showing you photograph 13 of States 22. What do we see here?
That is a gunshot wound of the inner right thigh.
Okay. We see 2 separate wounds. Which is the entrance and which is the exit?
The larger wound, more towards the top of the picture, is the entrance wound. The smaller wound, more towards the bottom of the picture, is the exit wound.
Did you see any sort of stippling around either of these wounds?
I did not.
Can you describe the damage this projectile did as it traveled through her body?
Like the previous gunshot wound, this one's very superficial. It went just deep to the skin, so the injuries it would have caused would have been lacerations and hemorrhage of the subcutaneous soft tissue again.
Can you describe the path of travel the projectile took, the direction?
Back to front and slightly upward.
Okay. Showing you photograph 14 of States 22. What does this show?
This is a probe showing the path of the gunshot wound through the decedent.
Okay. And were you able to recover any projectile from this wound?
I was not.
Showing you diagram 3 of States 21. What does this show in the upper right-hand corner?
This is a drawing or a diagram showing the path of the wound through the decedent.
Regarding the wounds that you have just described, did you also examine Lieutenant Clayton's uniform shirt and pants?
Her uniform pants and a T-shirt, I did not receive the uniform shirt.
Okay. The undershirt she was wearing you looked at?
Yes, I did receive that.
Did you locate any damage to those items of clothing consistent with the location of the wounds in her body?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you photograph 15 of States 22. What do we see here? You mentioned some abrasions and some blunt trauma.
This is the left side of the decedent's face. What you see, all those red areas are what we call abrasions or scrapes from a blunt force trauma to the right cheek and face.
And what do you mean by blunt force trauma?
Well, blunt force trauma is any trauma caused by a blunt force. To help explain that, we often say sharp force is something caused by obviously something sharp like a knife or a sword or an ice pick, something like that, something that can either stab or slash you. Conversely, or anything that's blunt is something that's not sharp. So that kind of helps explain what a blunt force is.
Are these injuries we see to her face, could they be consistent with her falling and striking her face on the pavement?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you diagram number 4 of States 21. What do we see here?
That's a diagram showing the blunt force trauma to her left face.
Showing you photograph 16 of States 22. Did you locate any injuries on her knees?
Yes.
What does this show?
Again, that's a blunt force trauma to the knees. Those are abrasions.
Okay. Can you tell if these injuries were relatively fresh, meaning they occurred at or around the time of her death?
Yes, we call them perimortem, meaning they were incurred at or around the time of death.
And how do you know that?
Because we look for what we call a vital reaction, meaning it's still red. You see some redness there, and there's no healing to them.
Did you also examine her pants in those areas?
Yes.
Did you notice any damage or defects to her pants around the knee area?
There appeared to be some scuff marks on the knee area of the pants.
Were the scuff marks in the knee area consistent with the location of her injury?
Yes.
And showing you photograph 17 of States 22. What does this show?
It's really hard to tell without backing up the picture, but I think this is one of her elbows.
Okay. Did you locate an injury on her elbow?
Yes, to the right elbow.
Did the injury to her elbow appear to have occurred at or around the same time as her death and the other injuries?
Yes.
Are the injuries to her elbow and her knees consistent with her falling and hitting those portions of her body on pavement?
Yes.
Did you collect a sample of Lieutenant Clayton's blood during the course of your autopsy?
Yes.
What was the purpose of that?
We collect DNA samples on everyone who passes through our office.
Did you also send any blood for toxicology purposes?
Yes.
Okay. Did you locate any kind of illegal substance, drugs, alcohol, or anything relevant in the toxicology screen?
The only thing identified in her toxicology screen was caffeine.
Okay. Did you locate any other diseases, medical problems, or anything like that that could have caused or contributed to cause her death?
I did not.
What is meant by cause of death?
Cause of death can pretty much be an infinite amount of things. So whatever starts a chain of process that leads to someone's death.
What did you determine the cause of death to be in this case?
Gunshot wounds.
And what is meant by the term manner of death?
Manner of death only has 5 categories: natural, accident, suicide, homicide, undetermined. It's a way we classify how someone dies, the manner how someone dies.
And what did you determine the manner of death to be in the case of Lieutenant Debra Clayton?
Homicide.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no further questions.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Now, you mentioned the 4 wounds that Lieutenant Clayton suffered.
Yes.
Okay. Of those 4 wounds, which would cause her to become unconscious?
The wounds that I described, the one that went through her neck and exited her left back, would be the most severe of all 4 I described. The one that went through her right buttock and exited her abdomen could also cause her to lose consciousness, but not right away.
Okay. And were you at any time, Doctor, given the bulletproof vest that Lieutenant Clayton was wearing at the time of her death?
Could you repeat the question, please?
Were you at any time given the vest that she was wearing to examine at any time?
No.
So you couldn't actually say whether those wounds were caused by going through her vest or going through another portion that's not covered?
I couldn't say what the projectile went through prior to her body, no.
But you did testify there was at least one that was passing through and was not able to get out because of some hard surface.
Correct.
And that would be consistent with the vest.
Yes.
And the wound to her neck, could you tell us or tell the jury how far above the top of the vest would that wound be?
I can't tell you that because I don't know where that vest would have been placed on her.
Okay. Now, you would agree with me. hypothetically, if Lieutenant Clayton was moving away and shooting, that she would be able to continue shooting even on the ground until she's incapacitated. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure I understand your question. Could you repeat it, please?
My hypothetical is, you said that there were 2 wounds that were possible that could cause unconsciousness.
Yes.
Right? The neck wound and the hip wound, correct?
Yes.
Let's say hypothetically she was shot in the hip and it caused her to fall. Would you be surprised if she had the ability to continue to fire her gun even after that wound?
No.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Redirect.
Could Lieutenant Clayton have survived any of those gunshot wounds except for the wound to her neck?
Yes.
So the 3 wounds, the wound to her leg, to her buttock, and to her abdomen, being superficial wounds, she could have survived?
Well, the one to her buttock was not superficial, but I don't believe it would have been instantly incapacitating, so I believe it's possible she could have survived that if she made it to the hospital in time.
Okay. The wound to her neck would have been the fatal wound?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
State or defense?
No, Judge.
All right, Doctor, you're excused for now. You remain under subpoena and subject to recall. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
State calls Karen Live.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Oh, thank you.
You may inquire.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
All right, so every now and then I'm going to step around so you can see my face. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your last name for the members of the jury, please?
It's Karen Livengood. That's L-I-V as in Victor, E-N-G-O-O-D.
Miss Livengood, you are currently retired, is that right?
That's correct.
And from what career and agency did you retire?
Orlando Police Department.
And what was your job title at the Orlando Police Department when you retired?
Crime scene investigator.
Can you tell us, even if it's approximate, if you don't know the exact day that you retired from the Orlando Police Department?
May of 2019.
Did you work as a crime scene investigator for the entirety of your career at the Orlando Police Department?
Yes, I did.
Generally, it's been touched on before, but can you just tell us what your role was as a crime scene investigator?
Crime scene investigator responds out to scenes either by the request of an officer and/or a detective, taking photographs, marking evidence, collecting evidence, sometimes at the scene, processing the scene, bringing the evidence back to the crime scene facility, and then you can process more of the evidence at the crime scene facility and packaging and putting it into property and evidence.
Can you tell us a little bit about your background and training, including education, that prepared you for your role as a crime scene investigator, whether you received that before you went to work at OPD or while you were at OPD?
I actually had a bachelor's degree in forensic science before I was hired with OPD. While at OPD, we go through a bunch of different types of classes. One was, back then, was 80 hours of crime scene investigations. I had basic and advanced fingerprint processing. Also have had basic and advanced blood stain pattern analysis, all 40 hours, on top of another 120 hours of more of the blood stain classes, on top of having 2 years as a mentorship in blood stain pattern analysis. We also we take a basic photography class. I've also done some anthropology classes. Been to the body farm in Tennessee, was there for a week. And just continuing taking anything new that comes in.
And you may have said this, and if you did, I apologize. I was fiddling with my microphone. How many total years did you work at the Orlando Police Department as a crime scene investigator?
Over 20 years.
Were you employed as a crime scene investigator for the Orlando Police Department on the morning of January 9th of 2017?
Yes, I was.
And what was your shift that you were scheduled to work that day?
My schedule was 6 to 2. I was on the day shift.
During that shift, did you respond to a call in reference to a homicide investigation at 3101 West Princeton Street in Orlando that morning?
Yes, I did.
How did you become aware that something had occurred at the Walmart and that your response was needed?
I was listening, actually there's 3 of us, but I was listening to the emergency channel that we have, and it was in reference to a shooting. And so we were just listening to it. And then when we started getting a little bit more of the information, we knew we were gonna be going.
Were you the senior person that morning?
Yes.
And when you responded to the scene, did you become the lead crime scene investigator into the investigation of the homicide of Debra?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how it was that you got to the Walmart from where you were located at your office?
We have crime scene vans, and I responded that way. It was a little difficult because there were some traffic issues for us to get through, but that's how each of us went. We each had our own vans.
Did anyone ride with you that morning?
No.
When you first arrived, were other members, if not riding with you, responding at the same time of your team?
Yes.
And who was that person or persons?
It'd be CSI Steyer and CSI Martinez.
Do you recall what time it was that you arrived at the Walmart parking lot?
Around 7:45 in the morning.
Can you tell us what you observed when you first arrived on scene?
The scene had been already roped off or crime scene tape put around by the officers, and occasionally we have to make them expand it out a little bit, but it was already roped off when I got there.
Did you meet with anyone to obtain some initial information about what had occurred? Without saying what they told you, did you actually meet with someone to get that information?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Detective Cadiz.
As the lead crime scene investigator on this investigation, what did that mean your role would be on this specific morning?
As a lead CSI on the case, you're responsible for how evidence is collected, how you do all the photography yourself, and then you put markers down. You're responsible to make sure that everything that can get collected, that you see at the scene.
What did you do following your briefing?
Started the photography. I knew it was kind of spread out a little bit, so I had some cones, what they call tent cones, with markers on them that I kind of have a tendency to loop in my back loop, because just in case you get something that's small that hasn't been marked by an officer. Most of the time, the officers will take their business cards and fold it in half, but things happen. And it was windy, I think, that day too.
So when you say you put some cones in your back loop of what?
My pants, sorry. That's how I carry it.
All right. Now, Your Honor, may I approach the witness to what's been marked and placed in evidence as States 2?
You may.
Ms. Livengood, I'm going to show you the first diagram, not the last, the first diagram. States Exhibit 2, do you recognize that general area?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
The northwest side of the Walmart.
And is this the part of the general area that you investigated and looked for evidence on the morning of January 9th?
Yes.
Okay. So you said the area was roped off and you started taking photographs. Can you just generally describe for us the area of interest that you were looking for evidence in?
That there was a section that was slightly in front of the Walmart, of the parking lot itself, that I was told everything occurred at in this general facility, general area. Now, of course, as you take overall photographs first. That's when you walk around more or less in a circle and you just start taking pictures. Then when you start walking into the scene, you do the exact same thing, what they call medium shots. And then eventually you'll do the close-up shots of the evidence itself. And what I did was the exact same thing, but when I started walking in to the scene, I started the corner of my eye, I was seeing where some stuff were located. And as you're walking in, what I like to do is I would put the cones down, just because it makes it just a little easier to start seeing where things were occurring. And then I'll go back through and take photographs, close-up photographs of the items before I get them collected. Most of the time I leave, not evidence, but I leave cones down, but I'll collect the evidence and it goes into a sealed bag and then I seal it up.
So the cones are lettered, is that right?
They're the tent letters, yes.
Is there any significance to the order of the lettering?
No, not really. Each CSI has a certain plan that they like to go with. And I've worked enough of these cases that I had my plan in place.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with what's been marked as States Composite Exhibits W and Y?
Yes.
Your Honor, W is a composite of 5 photographs. Y is a composite also of 5 photographs. Ms. Livengood, I'm going to show you States Exhibit W. You recognize the images depicted in those 5 photographs.
Yes, these are the photographs I took.
Are those the overall or the overview photographs or part of them?
Yes.
And do they fairly accurately depict the Walmart scene overview from that morning?
Yes.
All right. Now I'll trade you and hand you States Composite Y. Could you do the same thing, look at those photos and tell me if you recognize what's in them?
Yes.
And what are those photographs?
These are photographs of locations of the starting of the cones, the cones that I used, A through C.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the evidence that you marked with cones A through C on the morning of January 9th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to admit State's exhibits W and Y as the next numbered exhibits.
Any objection? All right, W will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 25 without objection, consisting of 5 sequentially numbered photographs. Y will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 26 without objection, consisting of 5 sequentially numbered photographs.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibits 25 and 26 to the members of the jury?
You may.
Ms. Livengood, there should be a screen in front of you.
Yes.
With your name on it. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to publish now State's Exhibit 25, or the first photograph of State's 25. What are we looking at a picture of in that photograph, and where were you taking the picture?
You're looking at the Walmart, and this is to document where the scene occurred at.
Now, I see some crime scene tape at the bottom of the screen. Do you see that?
Yes.
Where in this photograph, to the right, to the left, or in the center, was the primary area of interest, if you can tell from the photo?
You can't tell as well on this one, this photo, but it's going to be.
You can go to the next photo. Try the next photo?
Yes, please.
Yes, ma'am. Photograph number 2 of State's Exhibit 25.
That's
Can you
better.
use that a little bit better?
Yes.
Go ahead and describe for us, please.
The scene itself was located, if you're facing that Walmart, the left side of the Walmart, where the pharmacy and where you can walk in through those doors, the double doors.
So are there entry doors underneath that sign that says Market and Pharmacy?
Yes.
And so is the area you're referring to somewhat directly outside or in front of those doors?
Yes.
Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you photograph now number 3 of State's 25. From what direction and what angle are we looking at here?
In this particular photograph, I'm looking the exact side that is northwest of the sign, the Walmart sign, and I'm close to the Walmart. There's a wall there, and I'm standing there taking my overall photograph.
All right. Image number 4 of State's Exhibit 25. Can you describe areas of interest in that photograph, please?
Yes, this is going to be the main area of the scene, and you can see where the cones are located on the ground where I've already marked some stuff. And like there's a vehicle that had been hit too.
By hit, you mean what?
I'm sorry, the window was shattered.
All right. And photograph number 5 of State's Exhibit 25. What do we see in that photograph?
This is just on the opposite side of where I was standing up against that wall. This is the other side now, but it's more close to where the doors are.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
It does. Now we're going to publish Exhibit 26, and we're just going to walk through the cones, okay? So I'm going to ask you what is at each cone. First of all, what cone are you photographing in this particular picture?
Say that again?
Which specific cone are you photographing in this particular picture?
Actually, I'm trying to get in as much of the cones that I can, to whereas it started where A was, but it also gives you a little bit of perspective of some of the other cones and where they're located.
I think you said earlier that A is where you would have begun marking exhibits?
That's where I started there.
Yes, ma'am. What do we see in this photograph?
That is spent casing, 40 cal.
And that's photograph number 2 of the exhibit. Photograph number 3.
B and C are also spent casings, and those are the 9. It's a 9 mil. Yes.
4 is a close-up of B?
It's just showing just close up. See, you start off with that far distance and then you can walk up, and that'll give you a perspective of where things were, and that's how I do it.
And now publishing photograph 5 of State's Exhibit 26.
And it's the same thing. C was not that far from where B was located.
Okay. May I approach the witness of what's been marked as State's Composite Z. It is a composite of 18 photographs. They've been shown to defense counsel.
You may.
Ms. Livengood, there's 18 photographs, State's Composite C. Could you please just take your time, look through them, and then if they're admitted, we'll talk about them. Have you had a chance to look at them all?
Yes.
And do you recognize the photographs in State's Exhibit Z?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately depict the evidence that was photographed and collected at the Walmart on the morning of January 9th, 2017?
Yes.
Thank you. I admit, I'd ask to admit State's Exhibit Composite Z as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's number 27 composite exhibit consisting of 18 photographs, numerically numbered, sequentially numbered, sorry.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 27?
Granted.
So actually, before we do that, Ms. Livengood, I'm going to go back for a moment to the last exhibit. We showed you photographs and you referenced a casing. There's been some discussion, but I want to make sure that we're clear about that. What is a shell casing like the one depicted in photograph 5 of State's 26 next to the C cone?
A shell casing is a casing that holds the bullet in place. And once the bullet has been fired from the gun, the casing will eject and it'll land on the ground.
Now, is that all firearms that eject casings or only certain types of firearms?
Not all firearms, no.
What specific types of firearms eject casings as opposed to leaving them in the gun?
Semi-automatic.
All right. Can you tell by looking at a casing the caliber of the firearm that fired it?
Yes.
And how do you tell that?
You can look at the flat end of a casing, and it'll give you a manufacturer and it'll give a caliber.
And we'll talk about it in detail in a moment, but did you in fact look at all the casings you recovered for manufacturer and caliber in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, do you know the caliber of the firearm that Lieutenant Clayton was carrying on the morning of January 9th of 2017?
9 mil.
All right. And is mil short for millimeter?
Millimeter.
Yes, ma'am. And do you recall what type of firearm she was carrying?
It was a Sig Sauer. I think the model was P226.
Mr. Lemon. Your Honor, may I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit X?
You may.
It's been shown to counsel. Ms. Livengood, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit X. It's already been opened, so you can open it up and look inside. My specific question for you is that the firearm that was recovered from the Walmart parking lot on the morning of January 9th of 2017?
Yes.
And is that a Sig Sauer 226 that you just described?
Yes.
Eventually identified as the firearm of Lieutenant Debra Clayton?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibit X as the next numbered exhibit.
Any objections? No objection. This will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 27. Or is it 28? Sorry, 28.
Your Honor, permission to publish the firearm just by holding it at a distance?
You may.
Thank you. Would you hand me one of the gloves from there, Ms. Livengood?
My Lord.
Thank you very much. On the bottom down here, Ms. Livengood, what is that? I can come closer if you'd like, sorry. On the bottom of the firearm.
Actually, that is it's a light, I believe.
Yes, ma'am. Did you, in addition to recovering Lieutenant Clayton's firearm, did you eventually recover and conduct an inventory of her gun belt and magazines that were a part of that gun belt?
I actually didn't collect the firearm and the belt until later. CSI Steyer is the one that took care of that.
She provided them to you?
Yes.
Did you inventory them once they were provided to you?
Yes.
Right. Were you able to look at the magazines and cartridges in Lieutenant Clayton's firearm?
Yes.
And what type or what size and manufacturer of cartridges was her gun carrying on the morning of January 9th?
Winchester, it's Win, 9mm Lugers.
So now we're going to go forward to State's Exhibit 27 and go one by one. I'm publishing number one, photograph number one of State's Exhibit 27. Tell us, please, what we're looking at in this photograph.
In this particular photograph, I'm on the, you could say, east side of where the majority of the evidence was actually located. And this is giving you an overall as much of the cones that I could fit in the picture.
There's a black area, and it looks like perhaps marker 1 in the middle. What is that object in the middle of the screen? And if we need to go to a different photo so you can see it, I can do that.
Yes, please.
So we're going to go through them individually. Photograph number 2 is a shell casing, is that right?
That's going to be a spent casing, that's correct.
And every now and then I'll go back to the outline so you can see where they are. Now publishing photograph number 3, another shell casing.
Also spent casing, that's correct.
Photograph number 4.
Same thing, it's a spent casing.
And could you tell us the placard or the cone that it's located at?
That one is where it's located?
Which letter?
Oh, it's F, letter F, and it's, I'd have to look at the main photo to be able to start going through them.
I'm asking so that the young lady typing it down can put F. That's why I'm asking. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
And photograph number 5
is G, cone G, and it's a spent casing.
Now, photograph number 6 of State's Exhibit 27. What do we see in this photograph?
In this photograph, you're going to see a police vest and a shirt. police shirt.
And who is it believed that those vest and shirt belong to?
Lieutenant Clayton.
Photograph 7, what do we see in that photograph?
This is going to be cone H, and it's a spent casing.
Photo number 8.
This is cone I, and it's also a spent casing.
Photograph 9.
This is going to be J, cone J, and it's a spent casing.
Photograph 10.
This is going to be cone K, and it's also a spent casing.
Number 11.
Cone L, spent casing.
And now 12, we've backed out again. Describe what we see in this image.
This is going to show some of the cones from a different angle.
All right. Photograph 13.
Cone M is spent casing.
14.
Cone N, spent casing.
Now 15, it appears we've changed location. Can you tell us what we see in this photograph?
This one, as you're looking at the photograph itself, you can see the crime scene tape on the pillar. Well, the cone itself is located at the bottom of the pillar, technically showing where it had landed, whatever it was landed. And that's going to be a spent casing cone O.
And that's photograph 16. Photograph 17, what do we see in photograph 17?
Looks like you're seeing Q, cone Q, and cone I in this one.
And what do we see in photograph 18?
Cone Q is going to be a projectile.
Now,
or the bullet, if that makes it easier.
Yes, ma'am. If you go back to the initial photograph, there was not a marker Q. Do you recall what I'm saying? The very first photograph that you took of the overview, Q was not a cone.
That's correct. Yes, you're right.
Can you tell the members of the jury why Q was not in the initial photographs, but was photographed later on?
When you have this type of a scene, a big scene like this, there is occasionally when you start taking your photographs, you're going to see some evidence. And when I got closer to taking the photographs around the shirt and the vest, that's when I spotted the bullet or projectile.
Now, we've now used 3 terms, bullet, projectile, and casing. What's the difference between a bullet/projectile and a casing?
Bullet, well, the bullet is what houses inside the spent casing. You can call them bullet or you can say projectile. I prefer projectile. That's what's in my report.
And that's the portion of the cartridge that actually exits the firearm, the front of the firearm.
The front of the firearm, that's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness of what's been marked as State's Exhibits AA and AB?
Yes.
They've both been shown to counsel. Ms. Livengood, I'm going to show you State's Composite AA. It's a composite of 10 photographs. Could you please look at those photos and tell me if you recognize what's in them? Do you recognize the images in the 10 photographs, ma'am?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be?
And these are the photographs that I took at the scene.
Specifically of vehicles that were struck?
Evidence and vehicles. There's 2 vehicles.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took in the scene at the Walmart on the morning of January 9th, 2017?
Yes.
Now I'm going to trade you. And I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit AB, Alpha Bravo. It's a composite of 2 photographs. Could you look at those 2 and tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those?
Yes, I recognize them.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is just, I'm standing by the yield sign that's on the ground. You know, when you're walking to go into a place, there are sometimes yield signs for cars to yield to pedestrians. And in this particular case, I'm looking at it because we located another piece.
At which cone, ma'am?
This is going to be cone S.
And do those 2 photographs fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took of cone S?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibits AA and AB as the next numbered exhibits.
Any objections? No objection. All right, thank you. So AA will be admitted without objection as State's Exhibit number 29. It is a composite exhibit consisting of 10 sequentially numbered photographs. AB will be admitted as State's Exhibit number 30 without objection, 2 photographs. Composite exhibit.
Your Honor, permission to publish, may I have permission to publish State's Exhibit 29?
Yes, sir.
So same thing, Ms. Livengood, photographs on the screen. I'm publishing photograph number 1 of State's Exhibit 29. Now, earlier, when you first started testifying, you said a vehicle was hit or struck. Do you see that vehicle in the photograph?
Yes.
And can you describe it? How many doors, the color, that kind of thing?
There's actually 2 vehicles in this, but this vehicle is the silver, I think it's a silver Mercury, and it's the window, the passenger side window was shattered. And
Photograph 2, a little closer up.
Yes.
And there's actually a cone number 3 on top of a shopping cart. Why did you place a cone there, ma'am?
When I received my briefing, I was told that the shopping cart was used in the scene.
Okay. Photograph 3 of State's 29, what do we see there?
You can see the window a little bit better, how it's shattered.
Now, photograph 4.
This is I think it's an F-150 black truck.
Now, do you see or can you see in this photograph a defect in the truck?
Yes.
Can you describe where in the photograph the defect is?
If you look above the wheel itself and you've got the quarter panel, you'll see I put some, you can see where an area of the truck above that by the quarter panel has damage. It just shows that, and then you can go in closer and you can see the damage that was done.
Is that an actual hole in the quarter panel?
Yes.
In photograph 6, there's a cone beneath the truck. Can you describe why you took that photograph and what's that cone P?
Cone P is going to be part of I don't know if it's is there a close-up of P that you can show?
Yes, ma'am.
There you go. It's going to be the lead bullet that had hit the car and damaged, obviously, and then it landed on the ground.
Photograph 8.
This is just showing the inside of the Mercury. I think that's a Mercury or silver car, showing more damage that the glass that's on the inside of the car and the window that really shattered.
And photograph 9.
Cone T is going to show that there is something on the floor that looks like could be related to the scene that I needed to get close-ups of, and this is a copper jacket.
And that's photograph 10. A copper jacket is, what is a copper jacket?
A copper jacket is going to be the outside, it's the housing of the bullet itself. If you can think of layers, it's the outside layer that is surrounding the bullet. It's a lead bullet is the lead piece. And then this is just what they call copper jacket, which is the surrounding the outside. and it goes through the barrel of the gun, and it can give you a little bit better description on what you're looking.
I'm now going to publish the 2 photographs from State's Exhibit 30. Photograph number 1, which cone are we looking at?
Cone S.
And I think you mentioned earlier that cone S was not initially placed, is that right?
I'm sorry?
That cone S was not initially placed or photographed, it was found subsequent?
It was one of those that when you start walking through the scene, you can start seeing things. And this is also a copper jacket, piece of one anyway.
Now, we've been looking at photographs of all of these items, but I think you said earlier, and I want to clarify, you collected every shell casing, projectile, bullet that you photographed, is that right?
That I saw at the scene, yes.
The ones that we've seen pictures of?
Yes.
Now, may I approach the witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit AC, it's been shown to counsel. It's a diagram. Livengood, do you recognize AC?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
This is just giving you a general accuracy that you could say from a scanner. We had our Leica scanner out there, and this is just showing the placement of where the evidence was located.
So there are letters on that diagram, is that right?
That's correct.
Did you go through using the digital representation and place the specific caliber of shell casing and corresponded to a letter on the diagram?
Yes, I did.
And does that diagram fairly and accurately depict the locations of the different shell casings that you recovered on the morning of January 9th?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibit AC as State's 31.
Any objection? All right, let me see the attorneys at the bench. If y'all want to stand up right where you are and stretch, feel free to do that. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break since the jury needed one. Ma'am, you can step off and take a break. You can't talk to anybody, or you can just sit there.
I think I'll sit here.
Okay, no problem. You can sit when the jury's coming in. Yeah, thanks. State recognized presence of the jury.
We do, Your Honor.
Defense. All right, Mr. Williams, you may. I forgot where we were when we left.
I remember, it's okay.
All right, go ahead.
Ms. Livengood, a couple more questions about the diagram I showed you.
Okay.
Up at the top, it pretty clearly says not to scale, yes?
That's correct.
My understanding is that means you're not saying that this represents the exact number of feet or distance from the Walmart entrance to anything else.
That's correct.
Would you agree, though, however, that the relative location of the shell casings to one another is accurate?
That's, yes.
Okay. Any objection?
All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's Exhibit number 31.
So what do you say, Ms. Livengood? Would you like to come down and look at the exhibit? Your Honor, may I have her come down?
Yes. And we'll
Thank
give her a
you.
microphone, please, so everyone can hear.
You're going to need to grab one of those handheld microphones. Now, if you don't mind, actually, let's move a little closer over here. And I'm going to ask you, ma'am, to stand over here so that all the members of the jury can see the board. There's a lot of moving parts. Stand right where I am, if you may. So this button right here has a green pointer on it, okay? So if you could use the diagram and first tell us which markers are, start please with the 9mm, which I believe you said were consistent with Lieutenant Clayton's firearm, is that right?
That's correct.
Right, so could you tell us the letters that represent casings that were recovered that were 9mm, please?
B and C are going to be your 9mm. D, E, G.
It's on, if you need to get closer, that's fine.
That's right. D, E, G, H, I, there's I, and K are 9mm.
Would you agree that all of the letters you just described are in and around the area of where Lieutenant Clayton's body came, or where you found evidence of where her body came to rest?
Yes.
Now, let's go back to markers A, O, and R, which indicates when 40 S&W. What does that mean, when 40 S&W?
They're called Winchester, but doesn't fit on the actual casing itself, the head stamp. So it's marked as Win. And then it's a 40 cal, and it's S&W Smith & Wesson.
All right, now can you circle A, O, and R, please?
There's A, there's O, and then there's R.
And I think you misspoke. I think K is a 40 caliber. Is that right?
No, it's a 9. Right there, it says K.
Yeah, it does. Now, will a 40 caliber cartridge fire in a 9mm firearm?
No.
So are you comfortable in saying that A, the cartridge casings from A, O, and R were not fired in Lieutenant Clayton's firearm?
That's correct.
So then, underneath, it says markers F, L, M, and N, RP40 S&W. So start with, what is RP40 S&W stand for?
That's the manufacturer. That's the RP, just like with Win. And then you're going to have 40 cal and Smith & Wesson.
Right, and where can you circle F, L, M, and N?
There's F, L, M, N,
Okay? And then there's one marker J that says Perfecta 40 S&W. One more time, Perfecta 40 S&W, what does it mean?
Well, your Perfecta is going to be the manufacturer, the brand that's on the head stamp, and then you're going to have 40 and then Smith & Wesson.
And where is J on the diagram?
J is right here.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'll trade you the laser pointer. You take the mic, I'll take this, and you go back there. Thank you. Now, do you recall approximately how long you worked on that morning at the Walmart scene?
At the Walmart scene, I was there around 3 hours-ish.
And where did you go after completing your tasks at the Walmart scene that morning of January 9th?
Once the evidence was all collected, excuse me, I responded down to 4801 North Pine Hills Road.
And is that an apartment complex there?
That is an apartment complex.
Why did you go to 4801 North Pine Hills Road?
That was where an Orange County officer or captain, I think it was behind the brown, I can't remember the brand of it, but there was a brown vehicle that I was told the suspect had been driving.
Right. What time did you leave the Walmart scene?
About 10:45-ish, give or take.
What did you observe when you arrived at the apartment complex scene on Pine Hills Road?
It was also roped off or crime scene tape around.
Just like you had at the Walmart scene, did you begin by or early in your investigation take photographs?
Yes.
And did you place evidence markers out where you found what you believe to be relevant or important evidence?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach with what's been marked as State's Exhibit AD, Alpha Delta, and shown to counsel?
You may.
It's a composite exhibit of 10 photographs. Ms. Livengood, could you please look at the 10 photographs in AD and tell me when you've had a chance to do that? Thank you. Do you recognize the images depicted in Composite AD?
Yes.
And what do you recognize them to be generally?
These are my photographs that I took at that second location.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed at the Royal Oaks Apartments on North Pine Hills Road on January 9th of 2017?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibit AD as 32, I believe.
Any objection? All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's Exhibit, Composite Exhibit number 32, consisting of 10 sequentially numbered photographs.
Permission to publish State's 32, Your Honor?
Granted.
All right, so can you see the photographs on the screen, ma'am?
Yes.
What are we looking at in photograph 1 of stage 32?
In this particular case, it's going to show the crime scene tape that had been marked and also a cone, one of the cones.
And can you see it? Well, I'll just go to the next photograph. Photograph 2.
It's a cone AA.
And do you recall what was recovered from cone AA?
Smushed up projectile.
Okay. Like you had at the Walmart scene, did you collect the projectile after photographing it?
Yes.
Photograph number 3, what are we looking at there?
This is going to be cone AB.
And at the top of the photograph, can you see the suspect vehicle?
Yes.
Trunk is open?
Yes.
And photograph 4, what is that a depiction of?
This is going to be cone AB, and it's going to show also another type of, another projectile that's got some damage to it.
Were you able to determine what those next to the projectile to the right, those little pieces of plastic were?
I didn't at the time, no.
Have you since?
No.
Okay, just making sure. Number 5, what are we looking at there?
This is going to show the suspect vehicle. And it's going to show the trunk open, and you can see there's a partially open right front passenger door.
Photograph 6?
It's showing the front. We do overalls around the vehicle, and this is going to show the front of the vehicle, and it's going to show another cone, cone AD, where some evidence was located. That's going to be a projectile.
Photograph 8.
This is going to be cone AC, and it's located a couple of feet away from the left rear bumper, you'd say, of the suspect's car. And it's going to be a spent casing.
That's photograph 9.
That's photograph 9. It's cone AC.
And photograph 10, what do we see in this picture?
This is the damage to the Orange County captain's car, the hubcap.
Now, it's a little strange because of the scales, but is there damage on the right and left of the scale? Am I seeing that right? Or is that a shadow?
That's a good question. I don't remember or recall anything about on the left side. I only show the one on the...
On the right-hand side?
The right-hand side. Okay. But it could be.
Okay.
It's hard to tell on the photo.
I want to back up now to photograph 9. You testified that that was a casing at AC. Like the others, you collected that casing, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you recall, and if you need to look at your report, please do so, do you recall the manufacturer and size of that particular casing?
Is it okay to look at my report?
Any objection, counsel?
Any objection?
To her reviewing to her report?
All right, yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Page 2, middle of page. Do you recall now, having looked at your report and refreshed your memory as to the size and manufacturer of the casing found near the Mercury at Royal Oaks?
That's going to be a Hornaday, which is the manufacturer, and it's a 9 mil.
Now, at the Walmart scene, you found 2 different caliber casing sizes, is that right? At the Walmart scene?
Yes.
And one of the casing sizes was 9 millimeter at Walmart.
Yes.
Correct? And I believe you testified that those were the Winchester consistent with the ammunition from Lieutenant Clayton's firearm.
That's correct.
Right. Did you find any Hornaday manufactured 9 millimeters at the Walmart scene?
No.
So would you agree, or is it true that the 9 millimeter manufacturer shell casing at the Royal Oaks scene is different than anything you found at the Walmart scene?
That's correct.
Did you search this Mercury vehicle there at the scene?
No.
Did you eventually search it?
Yes.
Why didn't you search it there, and where did you search it after what process?
Needed a search warrant. for the
Okay.
vehicle.
And so where did the search occur?
At 185 George DeSalvia Way, that's going to be the crime scene facility in the evidence bay.
And were you personally involved in the search of that vehicle once it was brought to your facility?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with State's Composite AE?
You may.
It's been shown to defense counsel. Ma'am, that's a composite of 9 photographs. Please look at them and tell me when you've had a chance to do that. All right, do you recognize the 9 photographs?
Yes.
And what do they depict?
This is showing the suspect vehicle at our bay.
Do they fairly and accurately depict your search of that vehicle?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd ask the court to admit State's Exhibit AE as State's 33.
Any objection? All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's Exhibit number 33, composite exhibit consisting of 9 sequentially numbered photographs.
Permission to publish State's 33, Your Honor?
Granted.
Photograph number 1, Ms. Livengood, can you tell us what we're looking at?
This is showing the left rear corner of the vehicle exterior side.
Do you traditionally photograph all angles around the outside?
Yes.
Photograph 2, that's the license plate, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay. Photograph 3, why did you take that photograph? What was significant in that photograph?
Well, in this particular photograph, when I start doing the inside of the vehicles, I do the exact same thing I did on the outside. I'll start taking photographs of driver's seat, passenger seat, rear seat, if I can get to it. In this particular case, we had a difficult time getting this vehicle to our bay, or the crime scene bay. As you can see, there's a black, like rope type of thing. That passenger door just kept flying open along the way. So I wanted to show the rope was still there, and also just an overall of what I was seeing inside the vehicle.
No. Did you put that rope there, or was it there when you searched the vehicle?
No, well, no, it was from inside the car to begin with. When the door opened, it was right there, so I just went ahead and used it.
To secure the inside?
Yes.
Understood. Number 4 of State's Exhibit 33. It's a little hard to see, but can you describe the reason you took the photograph of that little area between the seat and the lever?
It's showing that there is something that was located. There's damage to the side of the, what was it? I don't know, the plastic pieces that are down by where the seatbelt is, if that helps. And it's just showing that there is something there.
Did you eventually recover that something?
Yes.
And what was that something? If you need to refer to your report, that's fine.
Thank you. Okay, this is what we're going to consider, or what we say is a live round. And this is just showing the cartridge and the bullet all in one.
And were you able to determine the manufacturer and caliber of the cartridge and bullet found inside that vehicle?
Yes, this particular one, I believe, was going to be
Assisted.
Do you know what it is from your report? If you need to take a look, take a look and take a moment to refresh your memory, please.
This one's going to be a live round that is the Winchester 40 S&W.
And Winchester 40 were also found at the Walmart scene, is that right?
Yes.
Photograph number 5, can you tell us what you're looking at here?
Just was needing to take a photograph of a shirt that was located in the car that showed the emblem of New Texas Fried Chicken and Pizza.
Number 6, what was the significance? Let me back up. What is photographed, where was it found, and why was it taken a picture taken of it?
This particular case, if I can, is a photograph of a Texas Fried Chicken paycheck, per se, and it's got the suspect's name on the check itself.
Was it found in the target vehicle?
It was in the vehicle, yes.
And same question for number 7.
This is showing, this is a photograph of a piece of paper that's from Classic Honda showing the suspect's name on it.
And same thing for photograph 8. Different piece of paper, but also, I'm not sure if you can see it from that distance.
Yes, it's the paper that I'm photographing here was inside this UPS envelope, and it has the suspect's name on the piece of paper.
And photograph 9, what is evidentiary significance in that photograph?
This particular photograph is a Hornaday 9mm Luger, and it's a live round.
Did you find Hornaday 9mm Luger shell casings at any of the other scenes that you went to on January 9th?
The second location where the car was located.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Cross?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
How are you?
Good.
So it's my understanding based on your testimony that you had a lengthy career in crime scene.
That is correct.
With lengthy training.
That is correct.
And obviously you know how important your job is as the person who's the first line on the collection of evidence to document and memorialize that evidence.
Yes, I do.
And the process, the way you do it, in part is what we've seen in terms of the letters and numbers on those yellow plastic pieces that are put next to the bullets and casings, right?
That's correct.
And the importance of that is you want to photograph, number one, in its place, where it's at.
That's correct.
Because that may have value to an investigation.
That's correct.
And it's not your decision to make that decision whether it has value. Your decision is to memorialize everything.
That's the decision I make, yes.
Okay. And so besides placing those plastic pieces, you photograph those individually, correct?
Yes.
And then you photograph the entire scene near where the other casings are. So we see where everything is, a bigger piece.
That's
right?
correct.
And that way we can tell where it is in relation to the Walmart building, correct?
Yes.
Where it is in relation to the parking lot?
Yes.
Okay. And where it is perhaps in relation to any other important piece of evidence that may develop?
Yes.
Now, you took photographs of both casings and projectiles, correct?
Yes,
And as I understand it, projectile is the bullet, comes out of the front of the gun.
yes,
And the casing is the jacket that the bullet is placed in and actually comes out of the gun as well, but a different way.
that's correct.
And what way does it come out of the gun?
Depends on the type of gun.
Okay?
Some eject to the right and some eject to the left.
So you'll either have it ejecting to the right or the left.
That's correct.
And does it eject at a particular angle?
Depends on how the gun was fired.
Okay. So it could eject backwards.
I've never seen one do that, but
It comes to the side, 45-degree angle.
if the gun's moving, if you've got a moving target, then it's going to be, you're going to have that type of velocity to show that, and it's just where I am seeing where all of that has landed. Does that make sense?
So you're seeing the end result.
That's correct.
But there are variables that interfere with the end result.
Yes.
When you have people tracing through a crime scene, they're not looking out to see where the casings or projectiles are.
Not likely.
So they're
no.
easily kicked around or moved.
That's correct.
So you can't at any time say with any certainty where that is.
That's just, exactly. I can't.
But what we know is at some point, if the bullets are exiting to the right, because that's the kind of gun it is, that we will be able to tell, based on other collective evidence, how the gun was being fired.
The cartridge casings?
Yes.
Get eject to the right.
Okay.
Depending on the weapon, but yes.
And the weapon that Lieutenant Clayton was holding, the Sauer 9mm, ejects to the right.
I believe so.
Okay. And so when we see here, and if you have a problem, you can step down, but I'm just going to kind of lean it towards you. So when we see here all these casings that were ejected from Lieutenant Clayton's gun, that's an indication, without doubt, maybe not 100%, but pretty high, that she's firing near where those casings are.
That's correct.
And in this particular case, we had about a 6-second to 8-second to 9-second gunfight, where Detective Clayton is seen running away and shooting down to the ground. You remember that? You didn't see
I don't
that?
know.
Okay. And you know, based on the bulletproof vest that she was wearing and her clothing and the blood, that she was in this area, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. There are a couple of casings that are hers that are on the other side. And I think K is one of them. K is one of them. You see that?
That's correct.
That's over there. Okay. Now, that could be explained a couple different ways if you were hypothesizing.
Okay.
Let me try, okay? Let's say Detective Clayton. What? Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry a second.
You're okay. I can see it.
Okay. Let's say Detective Clayton is running in that direction, and she has her gun, and her gun is pointed this way. Is that going to eject to the right?
See, I can't testify to that because I don't know.
Okay. And if
I was not there.
Okay. I understand. And if she was over in this area and they ejected to the right, that would explain K.
It could.
Okay. So you would agree with me that you spent a tremendous amount of time documenting, photographing, memorializing each of these casings and the projectiles.
The way I saw it when I got there, yes.
Now, there came a time when you became aware that another projectile was discovered and someone else collected it.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And that would have been Detective Overfield.
Overfield, yes.
And what department was he assigned to then?
He was at Homicide?
Okay. Is he issued a camera?
No.
Okay. I imagine he has an iPhone.
I don't know what he carries, to tell you the truth.
Okay. And so you were told that a projectile was discovered on the other side of Walmart. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that he collected it.
Yes.
And he never told you specifically where it was recovered.
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, Detective Cadiz never asked you to go take a photograph of that.
I wasn't there anymore.
Okay.
I was already back at the crime scene lab with the vehicle.
But certainly, you could have went back if you were ordered to do.
Oh, if I was asked to, yes.
Okay.
I would go back.
And certainly, there's other people in your unit who could have done it as well.
We were busy. We were slammed that day.
Okay.
So, I mean, we were all being pulled in different directions.
Okay. But because you were never asked to do that, the statement that you're making that you were or we were pulled in all kinds of directions, that's not the reason you didn't go down and photograph.
I can't tell you what the reason was. I just know that I was busy that day.
Okay, okay. I just want to make sure. I want to make sure you hear my question and answer it appropriately.
If I was asked
You
and
would
I
have
was
gone.
still on duty, I would be more than happy to go.
Okay. So nothing prevented you if you were asked?
No.
Okay. And we were looking at those projectiles. They are all kind of different colors, right?
That's correct.
Some are copper, some are darker copper.
Well, depends on how I'm taking the photograph and where the sun can be. Some can be a little darker than others if you're looking at it.
Okay. And many times when you find a copper jacket, there is evidence that it has passed through something that is attached to the copper jacket.
Rephrase that again, I'm sorry?
When you collected a copper jacket, you see a copper jacket, there are times, and let me break this down a little bit for you. There are times when the projectile will go through something before it stops.
That's correct.
There are times when something will stop the projectile.
Yes.
An example is a tire. It's going to slow down its velocity. It may stop it.
It
right?
could.
Okay. If it goes through a window, it's going through glass.
That's correct.
Okay. If it ricochets off a wall, it may pick up the color of the paint or concrete on the wall.
It could.
Now, I noticed that when you, let's put this down. When you went to the scene that Captain Carter was involved in, you were asked to collect evidence. Is that correct, ma'am?
No, I collected it on my own.
Oh, so, but you were directed to the scene to do that?
Well, I was told there was a second location, so I just went.
Right, and who would have told you that?
It could have been Detective Cadiz. He could have said something. I can't remember who exactly told me.
Okay, and many times you'd agree with me that the lead detective who's running the investigation will direct you to do different things without you even knowing about what they were ahead of time.
He usually will ask me.
So he's polite and he asks you to do it.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And in this particular case, when you went down to the scene, where are those pictures, Brian? When you went down to the scene, I think you had testified that you collected 3 projectiles. Is that correct?
I'd have to look at the pictures again, but I believe it could have been 3. I'd have to look at my photos.
Okay, so I'm going to show you what's part of this exhibit. Make sure I identify it appropriately. Is this AD? You know what this one is? 32. 32? Okay. I'm referring to Exhibit 32, and I'm going to approach you and show you 2 photographs. And you tell me what those are. Okay to approach, Judge? I'm sorry.
Yeah. This is a projectile at cone AD.
Okay. And where is it located?
This projectile was located in front of the vehicle, on the ground.
In front of the vehicle that you knew to be Mr. Loyd's?
That's correct.
Okay. So can you tell me, if Mr. Loyd is firing from there, how a projectile would end up in front of his car?
I can't tell you that because I don't know. I wasn't at the scene when it all occurred.
But you would agree with me, a projectile is in front of the car, correct?
Yes.
And that's right near where you found the casing, correct?
No. I believe the spent casing was located by the left rear tire.
Of that car?
If you look at the photos.
Of that car?
Yeah.
So if he's at the left rear, may I have a question?
Yes, sir.
This is AC. If he's at the left rear of his vehicle, that's where you found the casing.
That's correct, but you have to remember that I don't even know if this is all related.
Okay.
I'm just going with what I'm collecting at the scene.
Okay. I didn't hear you say that. I didn't hear the state attorney ask you that question, so I just want to make sure we're on the same page. So you don't even know if this is related?
I don't know.
But the casing was found near his car, near the back tire?
Yes.
Okay. And the projectile was found in front of his car?
The AA projectile?
A projectile.
Or the AD one?
The AD one, the one we just went through.
AD was located by the, can I refresh on my report to really give an accurate?
Just so you're clear, I'm not trying to divert to the other one. We'll get to that. I want to talk about the one I showed you first that was in front of the car.
The spent casing?
Yes.
Is AC, and it was located in the parking lot east of the left rear tire.
Okay, and that's what we see here.
That should be AC.
Okay.
Is that AC?
It's AC.
Okay, then that's the one.
Okay. And the projectile that we talked about first, that was found in front of his car, what is that?
This would be cone AD, and that would be located in the parking lot. I've got on here below the left front corner of the vehicle.
Okay. And that's AD, correct?
That would be AD. It's just the angle, I guess, that I took it. Yes.
Now, you can't say whether someone fired a gun in the direction of his car, can you?
I'm just going with what the captain was saying, no.
Okay, you're relying on the captain's testimony, correct? And the other photograph that was taken, I guess there was two, there was an AA, correct?
That's correct.
And tell me where that was found.
That was located in the parking lot southwest of the building where the vehicle was located or recovered.
And it's closer to the captain's car.
That's correct.
Okay. And the damage that we're talking about here, which is the hubcap, I guess, or
Yes.
the wheel, that's the left passenger front wheel.
That should be the,
Right, I'm sorry, right.
I was just going to say it should be the right.
The right passenger front wheel.
Yes.
So that's on this side, the captain was on that side. If he's out of his car, if this is the captain's car,
Mm-hmm.
and he's getting out, that's the left side of the car.
Yeah, he gets out on the left that I know of.
The damage was to the right side of the car.
Right.
And it's-
That's correct.
Okay, and it's pretty low because it's the hubcap.
That's correct.
Now, you were asked to go back to take additional photographs of the Walmart. Is that correct?
At some point, a couple days later, I
Okay.
believe.
Do you have the exact date in your report?
Yes, I do.
And what date is that?
On January 15th.
Do you know why you were told to go back there and collect more photographs?
Just that there was some, I believe, damage to one of the walls at the Walmart that was outside of the range of where everything was marked off.
Okay. And did you photograph that?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you photograph a different angle where you would be looking from the other side of Walmart facing where the incident with Sergeant Clayton occurred?
You should have an overall picture of everything.
I have the picture, but I can't introduce evidence in this part of the case.
Right, okay. Well, I'm just saying, there would be an overall picture of me taking a photograph of the Walmart, just like I start off that way.
Right, but this is like if you're going down the sidewalk where at some point in the video you see my client start to go in that direction before he turns and then pulls his gun.
I can't testify to anything in the video.
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about when we're talking about the, there's this side, which I think is the pharmacy. That's where you're at, the pharmacy. And then there's the other side of Walmart, which is like Home Goods or something else.
Could be.
It's something. There's two entrances.
Right.
And they're on either side of the parking lot.
Right.
And so you were taking pictures in the direction of the pharmacy way back on the sidewalk. Do you remember that?
I don't remember I remember I would take overalls of the location first, and then the area where I was told that there was this mark on a wall. And I would do it in different angles, different photos.
Yes, ma'am.
Is the way it should be. I mean, normally that's how I do it.
Yes, ma'am. Unfortunately, I'm going to need you to come back, and the judge will instruct you on that.
Are you done asking questions?
Yes, I'm done, Judge.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Livengood, would you agree that you can't say whether a projectile or a shell casing was fired by a specific firearm because you find it on the ground?
I can just let you know that a 9mm would come from a 9mm firearm.
Right. But you can't match, based upon what you find on the ground, you can't match that to a specific firearm.
No, that would be firearms expert over at FDLE.
Right. So, but even if you're not sure if it was fired, you collect it.
I collect it anyway, that's correct.
And you collected anything you found on the ground at Royal Oaks, right?
Yes.
Anything related to a firearm, that is.
Yes.
And then, did you in fact send those items to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be tested against firearms?
Could be at one point. I sent a lot of stuff over there.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
All right, ma'am, you're excused for today. You're still under subpoena and you're subject to recall, but you're free to go today. All right, have a good day. Call your next witness.
The state calls Detective Shane Overfield. Yes.
Take off your mask. Face the clerk. Raise your right hand, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your last name for the record, sir?
Shane Eric Overfield, Overfield.
Where are you currently employed, sir?
Orlando Police Department.
How long have you been working with the Orlando Police Department?
15 years.
And what's your current assignment and role at the Orlando Police Department?
I'm with the Orlando Police Intelligence Unit.
Back in January of 2017, were you employed or working in the Homicide Unit?
Yes, sir.
Did you respond to the Walmart at 3101 West Princeton Street on the morning of January 9th of 2017?
Yes, sir.
Now, what were your initial responsibilities when you got to the Walmart that morning?
I divided with Detective Michael Mareschi. He took the outside, and I was directed inside to preserve the video.
Right. At some point, well, were you successful in preserving the video?
I met with the loss prevention manager and told him that we needed to take steps to preserve it and that Shawn Williams would eventually be coming to collect it.
Did you end up spending a significant amount of time at the Walmart that morning?
Yes, sir.
And how'd that come about?
Mareschi was Detective Cadiz second, so I was abandoned. I had no vehicle, so I was left until another detective was cleared up to come get me.
Now, when you were at the Walmart, did there come a point where you were walking around near the front entrance?
Multiple times, yes, sir.
At some point when you were walking around the Walmart, did you locate what you believed to be a piece of potential evidence in the case?
Yes, as I exited, I think my final time out of that, not the grocery entrance, but this would have been the merchandise entrance.
Yes, sir.
As I exited and was walking close to an unmarked vehicle, I spotted a projectile.
Now, what was the approximate distance, even if it's from where you are in the courtroom or feet from where you located that projectile to where the evidence was discovered surrounding where Lieutenant Clayton came to rest? Could you see it from where you were?
Yes, I could see it. There's a road that passes in front of the Walmart, and you have both the grocery, merchandise, and then the outdoor living center. I would say it'd be twice the distance from here to the door.
Okay, inside the courtroom, the far door?
Yes.
And that was the distance, twice that distance was from where Lieutenant Clayton came to rest and where you located this projectile.
Correct.
All right? When you found the projectile, what did you do?
I called Detective Cadiz, or my Detective Mareshi.
Right? And what was, without saying what was said to you, what was the purpose of your phone call?
To inform them that I found a projectile.
Was any crime scene or were any crime scene personnel still on the scene at the Walmart when you found this projectile?
No, sir, they left hours before.
Right? Were you basically standing there with it on the phone waiting to see what to do?
I was looking for guidance, correct.
Okay. From where you were you able to observe its characteristics?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the members of the jury the characteristics of the projectile that you found?
It was a copper projectile. It had a lot of patina to it, or a lot of age, and a lot of abrasions. It looked like it had been there for a while.
Did you eventually obtain some guidance on what to do with the projectile?
Yes, he asked me to attempt to make contact with a CSI, and I called CSI Karen Livengood, I apologize, and she was busy. There was multiple incidences that stemmed from this. That there was two officers that were deceased.
I'm familiar. So
okay.
What happened after that?
There was no CSIs available at that point in time, so I called Detective Cadiz back and was instructed to scoop up the bullet in some sort of container. I had a manila envelope, and then turn it over to CSI Livengood.
Okay, you had a manila envelope?
I have a motion, Judge.
Okay, let me see the attorneys at the bench. So we don't all have to listen to this noise for a bit. I need to talk to the attorneys. I'm going to send you guys out of the courtroom for a minute. Sorry. I can repeat all that, so I don't have to listen to this noise. No one has to listen to this noise. I need to talk to the attorneys. I'm going to send you all out for a minute. Okay, Detective, I'm going to give you some instructions. You're not to mention in any way, shape, or form the death of Officer Norm.
Correct.
Okay? Just stick to the questions that you're asked and Lieutenant Clayton, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have any questions or hesitation, pick not talking about Officer Norton, okay?
Correct.
All right, thanks. We'll give him a few minutes before we bring him back in.
While we're waiting, the next witness is going to be the Zoom witness, so if we can take about a 5-minute break, we'll go to the Zoom time.
Do you have one?
Okay,
We did a test run earlier, and we worked out.
you're good, okay. Where is the Zoom witness showing up on my screen?
It'll show up on my laptop, the link to the Zoom witness in, with all the cameras, or all the monitors, and we'll type it.
Okay, and it's showing, and we've tested the defense system, there, it's showing up on theirs. Okay,
I didn't say his name.
okay, no
I
worries.
didn't say his name, did I?
Yeah, see if they're ready to come back in. Let's bring them back, since they're going to get another break in a minute.
I don't know his name, I forgot it. No, my ankle's killing me. I'm good.
State recognized presence of the jury.
We do.
Defense.
She
Do you
asked.
recognize the presence of the jury? All right. Thanks. All right. That went a lot faster than I thought it would. Sorry. At least you got some exercise. Mr. Williams, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think where we left off is that CSI Livengood told you to collect a projectile,
Correct.
right? Then I approached a witness to what's been marked as State's Exhibit AF.
You may.
It's been shown to counsel. Detective, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit AF. It's already been opened. If you wouldn't mind opening up the outer package to reveal the inner package and then looking inside the inner package and telling me if you recognize what's in there.
Am I allowed to set it on top of the envelope?
As long as you don't do it out of the presence of the jury so they can't see you, then yes, sir. Do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit AF?
Yes, sir.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the projectile that I located and made the phone call about, and then I used the same envelope to scoop it up.
Does it appear to be the substantially same condition as it was when you put it in the envelope?
Yes, sir.
All right, at this time, I ask the court to admit State's AF as the next number exhibit.
All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's number 34.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross?
Thank you, sir.
Detective,
Yes, sir.
this is not the first time you testified in court about that particular item, is it?
No, sir.
As a matter of fact, this is the first time that you mentioned to anybody about it having an operation, at least in the courthouse. You never told me, correct?
I don't believe you asked, sir.
Okay. You never, when you testified under oath, made reference to that in a courtroom.
I was never asked. No, sir.
Okay. And obviously, you and Detective Cadiz are on the same squad.
No, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you this once. Did you have a conversation with Detective Cadiz before you came in here, where you guys agreed and conspired to lie about the condition of this bullet?
No, sir. You can look at the condition of the bullet and see that it's got a patina and it's got abrasions to it. No, I did not have a conversation with him about the trial. We discussed our new positions. He's in K-9, and I'm in the intelligence unit.
And you understand that there's going to be, besides my expert who comes in here, there's going to be a firearms expert from FDLE who's going to come here. Have you looked at his worksheet?
No, sir.
So let me see if I understand this. A police officer was murdered. A person had shot at her. They actually had shot at each other. And you stumble upon a projectile that you decide is old. Did you have a
Objection, compound question.
He hasn't asked a question yet, so overruled.
Objection, testifying.
Sustained.
Did you have a conversation with Cadiz the same day, telling him what your observations were?
When I located the projectile?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, on the phone.
Okay. And so the two of you agreed, based on that conversation, that you just collect it and send it along its way and not do anything to document it. Is that correct?
No, it's not correct.
Were you not directed to collect the projectile in an envelope and turn it over to the lead crime scene investigator, Karen Livengood?
Yes, after I made attempts to get a CSI there, but there was none available.
So you made attempts?
Correct.
Okay. And so that means you picked up the phone and called someone at CSI?
I called Karen. Correct.
You called Karen?
Correct.
Tell us about your conversation with Karen.
I asked her if she was able to return back.
Objection calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
It's impeachment, Judge. Isn't it true that you've never had a conversation with Karen Livengood about that projectile?
No.
Isn't it true you never asked her to come or send someone else to come?
No.
That's all I got for this witness, Judge.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
I want to know Mrs. Peter.
All right. Detective, you're free to go today. You remain under subpoena and are subject to recall. Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've been informed our next witness is appearing by Zoom. Sorry. I've been informed our next witness is appearing by Zoom. So it's going to take a few minutes to check the connection and make absolutely sure it's working. And instead of you sitting here watching us do that, I'm going to send you back to the jury room. Take your afternoon break. We'll bring you back in just a minute. Thanks. Mr. Buxman, before we test that Zoom connection, tell me, this is the medical examiner from the first autopsy?
Yes, sir.
And what is her testimony going to be?
She performed an autopsy. She removed a projectile from shot A.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
And obviously where she removed it from, but that's it.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was all.
That's it.
All right.
Judge, we have one issue raised.
Yes, sir. You need to turn your mic on. Is this up all the way?
And Ms. O'Shea is in a better position to address this specifically. I'll give you the general overview. We got a phone call, or we had conversations with someone who's watching the live stream. And apparently, Detective Overfield said during that live stream, and it was heard on the live stream, that, go ahead, Kate.
Overfield was heard whispering to someone, did I say his name? I didn't say North's name, did I? Okay.
We're renewing our motion for mistrial.
When did this supposedly occur?
While we were sidebar.
Did you have any indication the jury heard it over the white noise?
I assume if the camera could hear it, they could hear him.
What live stream are you talking about that would be recording any of this? Because
Go ahead.
it's on Law&Crime Network. I'm sorry, can you hear me? Law&Crime Network. Do you have a copy of that transcript?
Well, we can get one, Judge.
State, do you have a response to this? Mr. Williams, that would be you since it was your witness. Go ahead.
At this point, we have a secondhand report from an unidentified person who says they heard something on a live stream that the jury has no access to. So there's no evidence of anything for me to respond to, Judge, other than to ask the court to deny the motion because there is no evidence of anything to respond to.
I don't have anything other than, I don't have any evidence the jury heard any of this. I don't know what happened. So at this point, I'm going to deny the motion for mistrial. If you have further evidence, obviously bring it to me and we'll see what we can do.
Is the audio connected to the courtroom? I think it is, right?
The audio comes through the.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to bring the witness in?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm showing on my screen, and I need these identified because.
Recording in progress.
That's very nice. I have you, Mr. Buxman, Debra Allen, and someone call Sarah's iPhone.
And can you hear us?
Okay.
Your Honor, that's the ME.
And Debra Allen is,
The court reporter that arranged the Zoom meeting for us
okay.
at March.
As long as we have, you're going to need to identify everyone for the jury so they know who's. Doctor, can you hear us? She appears unable to hear me. Doctor, can you hear me? This is Judge Marquez. Can you hear me? She is unable to hear me.
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes.
As long as she can hear you. She can't hear me.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Just one more time. We object to this testimony. They could have introduced the projectiles from the ground, the wall. They didn't have to introduce what came out of her body. It's 403 prejudicial, and we're objecting.
Okay. Objection noted for the record. Same ruling as before.
All right, Doctor.
Are you ready?
I'm sorry. Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready? All right, let's bring the jury back in.
Oh, one more objection?
Wait. Yes.
Not to mention, the court instructed these jurors probably a half a dozen or more times that they are not to consider any evidence regarding the Dixon killing. And now you're bringing in stuff, it's going to be confusing to the jury. They're not going to know how to deal with this kind of evidence.
I can deal with that in jury instructions. I mean, if you want me to read them the jury instruction about the Williams Rule jury instruction, I'm happy to do that. Do you want that, Mr. Lineman?
No.
State, you're requesting the Williams Rule jury instruction?
I'll leave it up to the defense, Your Honor,
Okay.
in the court.
All right, and for the record, that would be, let me give you the exact number, 2.4, evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts.
Yes.
Actually, I'm going to exercise my prerogative as a judge, and I'm going to read it. Instructing them that this is only for identity purposes. I assume this is what you're offering it for, is Mr. Lloyd's identity as the shooter?
Yes, to link
Okay.
the guns and.
All right. All right, let's bring them in. I'm going to read them the instruction first, and then you can call the witness.
I said I can, Markeith. Did you get? Yeah, let me see that. I want to see what Overfield says.
Okay. You got it on the record? No? Oh, okay. Okay. I'm going to have to get that on the record. Okay.
Here. Remember, she never talked to anybody. Yeah, twice. State recognized presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, prior to you hearing this witness's testimony, I have an instruction to read to you. The evidence you are about to receive concerning other crimes, wrongs, or acts allegedly committed by the defendant will be considered by you for the limited purpose of identity, and you shall consider it only as it relates to those issues. However, the defendant is not on trial for a crime, wrong, or act that is not included in the indictment. You may call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Sara zydowicz. She'll be appearing by Zoom for the record, Your Honor.
All right.
And on the Zoom link.
Doctor, this Judge Marquez, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. State, do you recognize her as the witness that you just called, Dr. Sara zydowicz?
I do, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize her to be Dr. Sara zydowicz? Yes. All right, raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right. You may inquire.
Doctor, will you please introduce yourself to the jury? They're able to see you on their individual monitors here in the courtroom.
Hi, my name is Sara zydowicz.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
For which area?
I work for the District 9 and 25 Medical Examiner's Office in Orlando.
Okay. Are you considered a medical examiner?
Yes, that is my title is Deputy Chief Medical Examiner.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to December 14th of 2016. Did you perform an autopsy on someone by the name of Sade Dixon?
Yes.
During the course of that autopsy, did you recover a projectile from her body?
Yes.
From where did you recover that projectile? What part of her body?
From her right arm.
Okay. I'm showing you over the camera State's Exhibit AR. I'm opening up, looking inside of that item. I'm going to show you a smaller item from within. Can you see that item in my hand?
Yes, I can.
Do you recognize that item in my hand?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
That's the typical evidence container that we use if we recover projectiles from decedents during the examination, which we then put in white filter paper and sealed with the evidence tape.
Do you see your initials on this item?
Yes, my initials are on the label.
And does this item appear to be in the same or substantially the same condition, the projectile, as when you removed it from Sade Dixon's body?
Yes.
This time, Your Honor, State would move AR into evidence as 35.
Over the defense's objections, the court will admit this as State's Exhibit number 35.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no other questions. Stay on the line. No, the defense may have some questions.
Cross? All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, doctor. You are free to go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
One moment, Your Honor. The State calls Ed Vanderberg.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to the best of your ability?
I do.
Let me redo that for a second. Sorry. Sir, do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you. Have a seat. It's a long trial, folks. Everybody gets tired, including the clerks. All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Edward Vandenberg, crime scene investigator, Orlando Police Department.
How long have you been a crime scene investigator?
17 years.
Let me direct your attention to January 17th of 2017. Did you respond to a residence located at 1157 Lescott Lane in Orange County, Florida?
Yes, I did.
When you arrived, what was your purpose of going there?
To document and collect evidence.
Okay. And did you do that after you arrived?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you photograph the scene in some of the items that you located within?
Yes, sir, I did.
May I approach?
You may.
Showing you Markeith State's Exhibit AH, a composite of, I believe, 18 photos. Can you take a look at those photos? Tell me if you recognize what they show.
Yes, sir, these are the photographs I took.
Do those fairly and accurately depict the residence and some of the items found outside and within that residence?
Yes, sir, it does.
This time, State would move AH into evidence as 35, I believe.
36.
36,
Any
sorry, Your Honor.
objections?
Those are the photographs. I just... I'm sorry? No, they were never introduced. Did you also create a diagram of the residence items that you located?
Yes, sir, I did.
May I approach again?
You may.
Showing you Markeith State's Exhibit AG. Do you recognize that diagram?
Yes, sir, that is a diagram I created.
Okay, does that fairly and accurately show the general locations of the rooms in the house as well as certain items you found inside or and around?
Yes, sir, it does.
Is it a scale diagram or is it just a not to scale?
It is not to scale, sir, at this time.
The State would move AG into evidence as,
This will be
well, let me
36.
back up. I'm asking to move.
That'll be moved into evidence as State's number 36. It's a composite exhibit consisting of 18 sequentially numbered photographs.
And the State would seek admission of AG into evidence as 37.
Any objections to that one, Mr. Lindeman? No, sir. All right. This will be received without objection as State's exhibit number 37.
Thank you. May I publish the photos in State's 36, Your Honor, at the same time with the diagram 37?
Yes.
Okay, showing you photograph 1 of State's 36. Describe for the jury what we're looking at.
That's approaching the scene, the house and the scene itself.
Did you locate anything on, any clothing type items on the roadway in front of the residence?
Yes, there was a ballistic vest on the roadway.
Okay. And are those the items that, is that the item that we see in the middle of the photograph, the black
Yes.
item?
Yes, it is, sir.
Were there certain other items located around that bulletproof vest?
Yes, sir. There was a phone, a cell phone battery, and there was a blue bag, blue camo bag.
Showing you photograph 2 of States 36. What do we see here?
You see the bulletproof vest, the blue camo bag, the cell phone battery, and U.S. currency.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, I did, sir.
May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Showing States Exhibit AI. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, that is a packaging I did on the vest.
Okay. Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day and packaged it?
Yes, sir.
This time, State will move AI into evidence as 38.
Any objections?
No objection.
This will be received without objections as States number 38.
And because we have photographs of a lot of these items, I'm not going to ask you to take it out and show it to the jury at this point.
Yes, sir.
You mentioned there was a blue bag as well, the bag we see in the photograph there.
Yes, the blue camo bag, yes.
Okay. What was found inside of that bag?
If I may refer to my notes, ma'am, there were 36 40 Smith & Wesson rounds, ammunition.
What do you mean by a round?
A bullet.
Okay. Unfired, a live round?
Unfired bullet, yes, sir.
Did you collect those unfired live rounds?
Sir, yes, I did.
Approach.
You may.
Showing what's been marked as States Exhibit B as in boy A. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, this is the box I packaged them in.
Okay, can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents?
Absolutely.
Some scissors.
Thank you.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do. That is the blue bag with the ammunition in it.
And are those items in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, it is, sir.
If you may have mentioned this, if you did, I forgot. What caliber were those rounds?
Those are 40 Smith & Wesson rounds.
It's time the state would move BA into evidence as the next in line, Your Honor.
Any objections? Overruled on relevance. Over the defense's objections, this will be received as State's Exhibit number 39.
You also mentioned a cell phone battery was located. We see.
Yes, sir.
Which again?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit B as in boy. Can you recognize that item?
Yes, sir. It's the package I placed the battery in.
Can you open it up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents? You recognize it?
Yes, I do, sir.
What is it?
It is a Samsung cell phone battery.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that day at Lescott Lane?
Yes, sir, it is.
This time, State would move BB into evidence as 40.
This will be received without objection as State's Exhibit number 40.
Thank you. Okay, I'm showing you photograph 3 from State's 36. What does this show?
That is the front of 1157 Lescott Lane.
And we see some markers about some things near the front door and to the right of the front door. Are those items that you marked?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, I'm showing you photographs 4 and 5. What do these items show?
AB is a black hooded sweatshirt. AC are 2 semi-automatic pistols.
Okay, and do the letters in the photograph correspond with the letters in the diagram we see here in front of us?
Yes, they do, sir.
For the record, the diagram is States 37. You mentioned a black hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm showing you photograph 6 from States 36. Is that just a close-up of the sweatshirt?
That is the sweatshirt, yes, sir.
Okay. Approach again, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Showing you States Exhibit B, C for identification. Can you take a look in that item and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I do, sir.
And do all these items I'm showing you have your initials and your handwriting?
Yes, they do, sir.
Okay. Can you open that up, look inside, and tell me if you recognize the contents? Is the phone charger inside the sweatshirt?
That is a black sweatshirt I packaged, sir.
Is it the same condition as when you collected it that day?
Yes, it is, sir.
This time, State would move B, C into evidence as 41.
Any objections? All right, this will be received without objection as State's Exhibit 41.
Within that sweatshirt, did you locate a cell phone battery?
Cell phone charger, sir,
A
yes.
charger, I'm sorry. May I approach again?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit B as in boy, D as in dog. Do you recognize that? What is it?
One cell phone charger, sir.
Is it the same condition as when you collected it from the sweatshirt?
Yes, it is, sir.
Move B, D into evidence at States 42.
Any objection? No objection. This will be received without objection as State's 42.
Going back to photos 4 and 5 of States 36. We looked at the sweatshirt at marker AB. What was found at marker AC?
2 semi-automatic pistols, sir.
Okay. Okay. Showing you photograph 7 of States 36. Does this photograph show those 2 pistols that you just described?
Yes, it does, sir.
And where were these firearms located in relation to the front door?
To the right of it, sir. I was looking at the door.
Showing you photograph 8 of States 36. What kind of firearm is this?
That is a Smith & Wesson model SW 40 VE semi-automatic pistol, 40 caliber.
Did you collect this firearm and its contents?
Yes, I did, sir.
Approach.
You may. I'll give you standing permission to approach this witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Extended also to you, Mr. Wyman.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit A, J for identification. Do you recognize that? You recognize it?
Yes, I do, sir.
Is it the same firearm you just spoke about?
Yes, it is, sir.
The same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, it is, sir.
This time state would move. All right, Your Honor. AJ into evidence is next in line.
Any objection? You may. Sure.
Have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
The state is seeking admission, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, this will be admitted without objection as State's Exhibit 43.
I believe you said this is a semi-automatic firearm.
Yes, it is, sir.
Can you take the firearm out and show it to the jury for me? Was the firearm loaded when you recovered it?
Yes, it was, sir.
With how many rounds?
There was one chambered into the chamber itself, and there were 14 rounds in the magazine.
And how many rounds did the magazine hold at full capacity?
At full capacity, I think it's a 15-round magazine.
So the firearm wasn't topped off.
No, it was not.
When you collect a firearm like this, do you remove the projectile from the chamber and package it separately and remove the projectiles, or the cartridge casings from the magazine and package those separately?
I do.
Okay. Did you document the brand or the type of rounds located inside this firearm?
Yes, I did, sir.
Can you describe for the jury what type of, first of all, what caliber were they?
They were 40 caliber rounds.
And what brands?
If I may refer to my notes, please. The chambered round was a Win 40 cal automatic, S&W. Inside the magazine was loaded 14 rounds, and those were 6 Win 40 S&W, 3 Perfecta 40 S&W, and 5 R&D 40 S&W rounds.
And is Win short for Winchester rounds?
I would assume so, yes.
Showing you photograph 9 of State's 36. What does this show?
That is the Glock Model 17 9mm semi-automatic pistol.
Showing you both the Markeith State's Exhibit A and K. Did you collect that firearm and its contents?
Yes, I did, sir.
Look inside that box. Tell me if you recognize the contents of the box.
Yes, I do, sir. That is the pistol I packaged and collected and packaged that day.
And did you package the round in the chamber and other rounds separately as well?
Yes, I did, sir.
Is that item in the same, substantially the same condition as when you collected it?
Yes, it is, sir.
This time, State will move AK into evidence as, I believe, 44.
No objection.
All right, this will be received as State's 44 without objection.
Can you just pick that up and show that to the jury? Thank you. At some point, was a search warrant obtained that allowed you to go inside the house and search for evidence?
Yes, there was, sir.
And is a search warrant a document signed by a judge giving you permission to go inside and do a search?
Yes, it is, sir.
Describe the inside of the house. Was it clean? Was it furnished?
It was sparsely furnished. It was dirty, and it was lived in.
Showing you photograph 10 of States 36. What do we see here?
That is the doorway to bedroom we marked A, and that is a chin-up bar and a black knitted cap.
Did you collect that cap that we see in the photograph?
Yes, I did, sir.
Mark the Stacy exhibit BE. Can you open that up? You recognize it?
That is the black knitted cap I collected.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected it that evening?
Yes, it is, sir.
This time, state would move BE into evidence as 45.
Any objection? This will be received without objection as states number 45.
Showing you photograph 11 of States 36. Did you locate any ammunition or a magazine in one of the bedrooms?
Yes, I did, sir.
On States 37, what room would this photograph correspond to in the diagram?
That would be bedroom A.
Right here in the middle diagram?
Yes, sir.
Describe the magazine and its contents to the jury.
It was an extended magazine, and it contained 39 millimeter rounds of ammunition.
Did you collect that magazine and the rounds?
Yes, I did, sir.
Show me what marked Stacy's in at AL for identification.
This is the box I packaged the ammunition and the magazine.
Can you open it up, look inside? You recognize it?
Yes, it is, sir. It's the magazine and the ammunition I packaged.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you packaged it?
Yes, it is, sir.
This time, state would move AL into evidence as 46.
Any objections? This will be received as states number 46 without objection.
Can you pull out that you sent the magazine and just show it to the jury? Blanket.
Yes, it is, sir.
Did you document what brand these 9mm rounds were?
Yes, I did, sir. Yes, sir. There were 17 Perfector 9mm rounds, 6 Win 9mm rounds, 1 Blazer 9mm round, 3 Hornady 9mm rounds, and 1 GM 9mm round.
Showing you photograph 12 of States 36. Did you find anything in the closet of that?
Yes, sir. As you see in the photograph, a bottle of water, a white glove, and a jar of Vlasic pickles.
Did you locate anything in the toilet near the bedroom?
I photographed and collected a top of a cell phone.
Where
That was in the bathroom of bedroom B, marked B.
That was in the top right-hand corner of the diagram?
Yes, sir.
Show me what the market states is BH. That item, what is the item you recognize?
Yes, sir. It is the stop of the cell phone, Samsung cell phone.
You said mentioned Samsung. Is that the same brand as the charger?
Yes, sir, and the battery.
Okay.
That was collected.
This time, state would move BH into evidence as 47.
Any objections? No objection. This will be received without objection as states 47.
You said you found the top of the cell phone. Did you find the rest of the cell phone?
No, I did not. I did not find or collect it.
Did you remove the toilet and check the trap and all that?
No, I did not.
Are you aware whether somebody else did that later?
From what I understand, yes.
Did you locate additional 40 rounds on scene?
Yes, I did, sir.
Show me this market states exhibit BG.
Yes, sir.
What's inside? Tell me if you recognize the contents.
Yes, that's the additional 40 rounds collected from the scene.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, sir.
This time, state would move BI into evidence as 48.
Any objection?
I'm sorry, BG into evidence as 48.
All right, this is BG. Any objections? No objection. This will be received without objection as states 48.
Once you were done at this scene, did you take any of these items back to the lab and photograph them further?
Yes, I did.
And I forgot to show you this earlier. Photograph 13 of states 36. What do we see in the toilet here?
That is the top of the cell phone located in the toilet in bedroom B.
Okay. Photograph 14. What do we see here?
That is the Glock Model 17 I collected at the scene with the chambered round, with the chambered cartridge.
And photograph 15 of states 36. What is that?
That is a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber collected at the scene along with the magazine. The rounds next to it are the ones that were loaded in the magazine, and the one on top is the one that was chambered in the weapon itself.
Photograph 16 of states 36.
That was the extra magazine located in bedroom A, along with the cartridges removed from the magazine.
And photograph 17, you mentioned you recovered an additional 49.
That was the
rounds.
40 rounds that I recovered from the scene.
Okay. And photograph 18 of states 36. What is
That was the ammunition, the 40 caliber rounds removed from the blue camo bag found at the scene.
Did you examine the two firearms that we've been talking about for the presence of fingerprints?
Yes, I did, sir.
I'm assuming you did that when you got back to your lab?
Yes, I did, sir.
Are you trained in how to look for fingerprints on items?
Yes, sir.
Were you able to locate any fingerprints on either of those firearms, the magazines, or the rounds?
No, I did not, sir.
On TV, on CSI, they get fingerprints from everything. Is that a common occurrence for you not to be able to find fingerprints on certain items?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you do anything else with these two firearms as far as swabbing them for evidence or collecting evidence?
Yes, I obtained a swab of suspected DNA from both firearms, from the pistol grips, the slide, and the trigger.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit VI, the swabs from the .40 caliber Smith & Wesson, and BJ, the swabs from the Glock. You open up those, look inside.
These are the swabs I obtained from the pistols.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them, except for additional markings showing that they were sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And how do you collect a swab from a firearm like this?
Well, you use a sterile swab using sterile water. And what you do is you put the water onto the swab itself, the cotton area, and you rub it against the object you're trying to obtain suspected DNA from. You secure it with the cap, and then you place it back or a box, or you place it back into the envelope, and that's it.
And you did that each procedure once for the one gun and one for the .40 caliber, one for the 9mm?
Yes, I did, sir.
All right. Were the two firearms sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further testing?
Yes, they were.
Did you have any involvement in that testing process?
No, I did not, sir.
Let me direct your attention to August 5th of 2017. Did you make contact with a man named Markeith Loyd?
Yes, I did, sir.
Do you see Mr. Loyd here in court?
Yes, I do, sir.
Can you please point him out and tell me what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
Right over there with the, what I assume is a blue checkered shirt.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant?
Well,
did you collect a DNA standard from the defendant?
Yes, I did, sir.
How do you do that?
You take, again, a sterile swab, and you ask the person to open their mouth, and you take it from the side, inside cheek, which is called the buccal area inside the mouth, which is why we call it a buccal swab. And then again, you package it and send it off.
And was that done pursuant to a court order allowing you to do that?
Yes, it was.
Was anybody else present when you did that procedure?
At the time, Detective Cadiz, and I remember a gentleman who I think was an attorney for the defendant.
Okay. And once you performed that procedure, what did you do with the swabs?
I took it back, secured it, and placed it into property and evidence.
Then we go to the Markeith State's Exhibit AM. You open that up, look inside, hold the record back.
That is a swab I packaged, sir.
Is it in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collect it?
Yes, it is, sir.
Do you know if that item was sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for further DNA analysis?
I thought it was, yes.
Did you have any involvement in that DNA testing process?
No, I did not, sir.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
thank you, Mr. Buxman. Mr. Lenneman, cross. You have standing permission to approach this witness.
How are you doing, sir?
Good afternoon.
Now, obviously, not everything was introduced that you collected at the scene, correct?
Yes.
One of the things that I observed, and I think it was in States 36. Where would 36 be, Rich? Yeah. It's just the one where the bad, thank you. Oh, you said I can approach. Sir, I'm showing you what's been part of States 36. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, sir.
You took that photograph?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay, thank you. In that photograph appears to be like a makeshift bed with some writings on it. Did you collect those writings?
Excuse me?
Did you collect those writings?
Yes.
Okay.
Is your mic on, Mr. Loyd?
Yeah, it's on, Judge.
Okay.
It's on. Those are all the questions I have right now, Judge.
All right, so redirect.
No question, Charlie.
All right, sir, you're excused for today. You remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir.
Right?
Sure. All right, folks, it's been a long day, so we're going to call one more witness, and then that'll be it for you all for today. We've got some other things to do that we can do and send you guys back to the hotel. All right? Thanks. Sure, no problem. Okay.
State call Shawn Johnson, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah, my name is Shawn Michael Johnson. It's SHAWN.
Where do you work?
I'm employed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in the Orlando Regional Operations Center in the Biology DNA section.
And what do you do on a daily basis in the DNA section?
My primary duties are to examine items from crime scenes and identify body fluid stains such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then perform DNA analysis on these stains and try to determine DNA information from those stains and eventually compare any information that I obtain to DNA profiles from individuals who may or may not be involved in the case.
Can you describe for the jury your educational background, your training, and your experience that allows you to do that job?
Sure. I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in biochemistry with a minor in chemistry from Indiana University of Pennsylvania. I completed approximately a 2-year-long training program through FDLE that dealt with conventional serology, which is the identification of the body fluid stains, and then the second year dealt with the actual DNA analysis.
And when, after you obtained your educational background, how long have you been working for FDLE?
It'll be 25 years in April.
All in the DNA lab?
Yes.
Can you estimate about how many times you have conducted DNA analysis in your 25-year career?
I'm over 20,000 samples now.
Okay. Do DNA analysts at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement undergo routine proficiency training?
Yes.
What does that mean?
I'm required actually to take 2 proficiency tests a year, and what that is a test that is purchased from an outside company. I know that it's a proficiency test, and I run it alongside other cases. I perform the same, I handle it as if it is a real case, and I send out, the results are sent out and graded by the company as a pass or a fail.
Have you passed all of your proficiency testing?
Yes.
Have you ever been permitted in court to provide opinion testimony regarding your results of DNA analysis and comparison?
Yes.
About how many times?
Today will be my 174th opportunity.
Can you briefly describe for the jury in layman's terms what DNA is?
Sure. DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. More simply put, it's this material that controls the functions of the cells in our body. It makes us who we are. It's our genetic profile. We get half of our DNA from our mother and half from our father at conception. DNA actually is approximately 99.9% the same from person to person. This large portion makes us human beings. It gives us 2 arms and 2 legs, gives us the ability to communicate. Only 0.1% approximately is different. You can see a lot of the differences by looking at people: hair color, eye color, height, weight, and so forth. Within that 0.1%, what I look at are 15 areas of the DNA that differ from person to person by their size. And it's these sizes at these 15 areas that make up an individual's DNA profile.
What method of DNA analysis does Florida Department of Law Enforcement use?
It's called the STR, or short tandem repeat method. And what a short tandem repeat is just the measurement or the pieces of DNA that make up the length of the pieces of DNA.
Is that a method of DNA testing used by scientific labs all over the world?
Yes, it is.
Is DNA testing like what you did done in areas other than the court system?
Yes, it's used in cancer research. It's used in mass disaster identifications, in paternity testing also.
Now, if you get a DNA sample, either from, say, a crime scene or from somebody's individual swabbing of DNA, a known standard, can you walk the jury briefly through the process you go through in a DNA analysis?
Sure. A portion of the sample is taken, and the first step is the extraction part of it. What that is the application of heat and chemicals, and it breaks open the cells in the stain and gets the DNA out of the cells and into solution. Once that is done, the next step is called quantitation, and that just tells me how much DNA I was able to get from the stain. Once I know approximately how much DNA is that I'll be working with, the next step is amplification, or PCR, which stands for polymerase chain reaction. And all that does is makes millions of copies of the DNA at the 15 areas that I'm testing, and it amplifies it. Doesn't change the DNA in any way. It just gives more of those copies of DNA in order to detect the size of those pieces of DNA. And then that's the last step. The last step is taking that amplified product and determining the sizes of the DNA at each area of DNA.
Does anything in that process cause DNA to change from one form or one person's to another?
No.
Okay. What controls are put in place to make sure that things aren't contaminated when you do your analysis and things like that?
There's two types of controls, a negative and positive control. The negative control is the control that is looking for any contamination. What that is a sample that goes along with each case, and it has all the chemicals and all the reagents and all the heat applied to the negative control that the actual samples do. So it's treated the same except for no DNA. And so the DNA result of a negative control must be no results. And so at the end, if there are no results in the negative control, it tells me there's no contamination. The other control is a positive control, and that is a sample that I know the DNA profile for. And so at the end of the DNA analysis, I am looking for a specific DNA profile. If I see that DNA profile, then I'm reassured that the entire process is working the way it should.
So those controls are put in place to make sure that the process, to maintain the integrity of the process and make sure the process worked right?
Correct.
And if it didn't work right, would those controls tell you something was wrong?
Yes, they would.
What if you're handed, or you're working 5 or so different pieces of evidence from the same case? How do you make sure that DNA from one item doesn't get put on another item accidentally?
Sure. At no time are there more than one piece of evidence from any case open. And so if there are more than one piece of evidence in a case, after the completion of one evidence, it's sealed back up, put in storage. The butcher paper is changed. We use butcher paper to change in between items. The countertop is wiped down between items. Myself, I'm changing gloves constantly throughout the whole process, especially between items. I'm wearing a mask to keep my DNA off the evidence and to keep the evidence off of me, and same with the lab coat. I'm wearing a lab coat, again, to keep my DNA off the evidence and the evidence off of me.
And did you follow all those procedures in this case?
Yes.
All right. Are you also trained in statistics and how to calculate statistical frequencies?
Yes.
Can you briefly describe that training?
It was just part of the DNA analysis training. It was just learning to use population frequencies and to determine how common or rare a DNA profile is in the general population. Because if an unknown sample matches a person, I have to put a statistical significance to that match.
Okay, and I'll ask you some more questions about that as we go through. Your Honor, at this time, I'd request permission to allow this witness to give opinion testimony in the area of DNA.
What, dear?
No objection.
All right, you may proceed.
Were you provided some evidence in the case of State of Florida versus Markeith Loyd?
Yes.
And specifically under either case number 16112931 or 2017011345?
Yes.
All right. Is it customary for known DNA standards taken from a known person face-to-face to be provided to you to analyze?
Yes.
And what's the purpose of having a known standard?
If I obtain any information from the evidentiary samples or crime scene evidence, then I need a DNA standard from a person in order to make comparisons, whether that person is included or matches anything that I find.
Did you receive a DNA standard represented to you to have come from a Markeith Loyd?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit AM. Do you recognize that item?
Yes, I do. By the FDLE case number in my handwriting, it is Exhibit K2 with my initials, and then my initials are on the seal when I sealed it.
And it says buccal swab for Markeith Loyd in the packaging?
Yes.
What's a buccal swab?
A buccal swab is just a sterile swab, Q-tip, just a swabbing of the inside of the cheek.
Okay. Did you analyze the known DNA standard collected from Markeith Loyd to determine whether you could extract or whether you could find any DNA from it?
Yes, I did.
When? Did you use the same procedure you just described to the jury a few minutes ago?
Yes.
Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from that known standard from Markeith Loyd?
Yes, I was.
What's a DNA profile?
Like I said earlier, it's those pieces of DNA that I'm looking at, the 15 areas, and I was able to obtain the sizes of each area and obtain a complete DNA profile.
Okay. And what's the difference between a complete DNA profile and a partial DNA profile?
If I get results that are not usable at anything less than the number of areas that I'm testing, then that would be a partial profile.
Okay. But in this case, you got a full DNA profile from that known standard from Markeith Loyd.
That is correct, and that's typical results of a buccal swab.
Okay. Did you also receive some other pieces of evidence in connection with this case to analyze for the presence of DNA?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit BI and BJ, swabs taken from the pistol grip of a Glock 17 as well as a Smith & Wesson 40 caliber firearm. Did you analyze those two items for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you able to locate any DNA on either one of those swabs from either one of the firearms?
Yes, there was some DNA information that was obtained, yes.
Okay. Did you have enough DNA evidence to allow you to compare the DNA from the swabs from the two firearms to determine if it was left by the same person, by the DNA profile of Markeith Loyd?
No, I did not. The limited information was so limited that the data was not interpretable.
Okay. So you just didn't have enough DNA data from the swabs from the guns to do any kind of comparison?
Correct.
What would cause that? Because we see on TV they get DNA from everything. What would cause us not to be able to get enough DNA?
The DNA from a gun and firearm is considered touch DNA, and it is what that sounds like. For example, if I touch the bench here and swab where I touched, I transferred skin cells, but I would not expect to get my DNA profile because probably not enough transferred. But if I rub it for 5 minutes and then swab it, then I would expect to get some information. Anything like a gun, you just don't know how it was touched or how often it was touched. Was the person wearing gloves? Was it wiped down? Many things can take off the skin cells from the gun. And so even though I'm amplifying the DNA, if you start with very, very little, then very, very little is amplified, and that's the case in this situation.
Okay. So just because someone touches an item doesn't mean DNA is going to be left there in an amount that allows you to analyze?
In my opinion, DNA is going to be left there, but just not enough to be tested and used for comparison.
Okay. Did you receive a pair of camouflage pants?
Yes.
Showing you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 18. Do you recognize that item? And if so, did you analyze it for the presence of DNA?
I do recognize the item, and I did analyze samples from it.
Where did you take the samples that you tested from those pants?
I took a sample for the wearer of the pair of pants, and just using common sense, where you put a pair of pants on or a person wears their pants, I swabbed from inside the waistband area, anywhere would come in skin contact, and inside the front pockets, where your back of your hand would rub every time you put your hands in your pocket. And also, these pants had buttoned-up zipper area, so there was a button fly, and so those buttons I also swabbed using one swab and took that swab onto DNA.
Were you able to locate any DNA from those different swabs you took from the wearer areas of the camouflage pants?
Yes, some DNA results were obtained, yes.
Was the DNA that you obtained from one person or multiple people?
It was a mixture, meaning from more than one person.
When you when you have a mixture, meaning it came from multiple sources, are you sometimes able to tell whether there was a major contributor and a minor contributor?
Yes, sometimes.
And what is meant by those terms?
Example I like to use is if you have a brand new baseball hat and you give it to a person to wear for a month, and then you give it to a second person to wear for a week, and then swab that hat, the DNA results are going to have the DNA profile. It's going to be a mixture, and it's going to say that it's going to show the person who actually wore it longer is a much higher donator of the amount of DNA to that mixture, and that person is a major contributor to the mixture. And I'm able to see that visually through the graphical representation of the data, and if necessary, do ratio comparisons to see if the person is a major or minor contributor. If you give a brand new hat to two people to wear for 2 weeks for one person and 2 weeks for the other, the mixture is going to be 50-50, and at that point, then the major and minor contributor could not be determined most of the time.
Were you able to determine a major and a minor contributor to the swabs that you collected from the camouflage pants?
No, I was not able to determine a major or minor.
Okay. Did you compare the DNA that you obtained from the camouflage pants to the known DNA standards of Markeith Loyd?
Yes, it did.
And what did you find?
That Markeith Loyd is included as a possible contributor to that mixed DNA profile obtained from the wearer of the camouflage pants.
Now, what do you mean by included as a possible contributor?
Literally just taking the numbers that make up Markeith Loyd's DNA profile and comparing them to the size of and pieces of DNA within the mixture. And if they are present in that mixture, then he's included. And then I perform a statistical analysis to the strength of that inclusion.
By performing that statistical analysis, do you give meaning to the likelihood that he is a contributor?
Yes, it's how common or rare that mixture, that an individual is as far as being included.
When you perform that statistical analysis, what were your results as to the likelihood that the DNA from the camouflage pants came from Markeith Loyd?
And the frequency of occurrence of that mixed DNA profile for unrelated individuals is approximately 1 in 7 billion.
What does that mean?
It means that it would take approximately 7 billion individuals before I would expect to find a DNA profile that would be from an individual that would be included in that mixture.
Okay. And how many people are on the face of the earth?
Approximately 7 billion.
So as the population of the face of the earth, the DNA profile that you found on the camouflage pants would appear one time, basically.
The DNA profile would appear one time that would be consistent with being included within the mixture.
Okay. In light of that statistical frequency, is it consistent that the DNA found on the camouflage pants came from Markeith Loyd? Is that?
It's not necessarily, the information is a mixture, and his DNA profile is consistent of being, he's included in that mixture.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17. Did you also receive a black shirt with the word security on the front of it to analyze?
Yes, it did.
Did you analyze that item for the presence of DNA?
Yes. Again, I took a sample for the wearer of the shirt, and that is typically done around the neck and under the armpits.
Okay. Were you able to obtain a DNA profile from the wearer areas of that black security shirt?
Again, I found a mixture from the shirt.
Were you able to separate that mixture into a major and a minor contributor?
No.
Did you compare the DNA you found from the wearer of that shirt to the DNA profile of Markeith Loyd?
No, I was not able to because this mixture was too complex, actually, to do any comparison, meaning there was too much information in the mixture for me to be confident in assigning any pieces of DNA from the mixture to any specific individual.
Okay. So basically, he can neither be included or excluded as a contributor because there was just too much information for you to analyze.
Correct.
Okay. Did you also receive a black knit cap to analyze for the presence of DNA? Sorry.
Yes, I did.
And the item I just showed you, I believe, is item 45, already in evidence. Did you analyze that black knit cap for the presence of DNA?
Yes, I did. I, again, took a sample for wear, and that is simply just swabbing of the inside of the knit cap.
Okay. Were you able to locate any DNA from that swabbing from the inside of the knit cap?
Yes, it was.
Okay. What'd you find?
A mixture was obtained from the hat, and in this case, I was able to obtain a complete major contributor to that mixture.
And did you compare that complete DNA profile of the major contributor from that mixture to the known DNA profile of Markeith Loyd?
Yes, I did.
What'd you find?
That the major DNA profile matches the DNA profile from Markeith Loyd.
Okay. And did you do a statistical analysis to give meaning to that term?
I did.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. The frequency of occurrence of the major DNA profile obtained from Exhibit Q18, the hat, for unrelated individuals is rarer than 1 in 700 billion.
And you indicated that was a match, though, to Markeith Loyd.
Correct.
Now, why is it determined a match?
Because at this point, I'm comparing a single source to an individual as opposed to a mixture.
Okay. And your frequency of occurrence was 1 in 700 billion?
That's correct.
All right. Were you able to obtain DNA results from the minor contributor to that mixture?
No, I was not. It was so limited that no interpretations could be made.
And then one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
And at this time, Your Honor, the state would move AM, which is the defendant's DNA standard for Markeith Loyd, into evidence as 49, I believe.
Yes. All right, this will be received without objection as State's Exhibit number 49.
State would move BI, the DNA swab from the grip of the .40 caliber firearm, as 50.
No objection. This will be received without objection as State's number 50.
And BJ, the swab from the grip of the 9mm, as State's 51.
No objection. This will be received without objection as State's 51.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross. May this witness be excused. State.
He is, Your Honor.
Defense. Yes. All right, thank you. You are free to go, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, folks, as I told you, we're going to take care of some other business and send you all to the hotel. It's been a long day for you, a lot of testimony for you to absorb. Have a good evening. I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Anything else we need to address this evening?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am. All right, we're going to resume at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. As I said, testimony to start at 9:30. If I could just see the lawyers informally, but court's in recess. Thank you.